So just real quick before we start getting into the video itself, I think a really good important piece of the puzzle here to really kind of set the stage and the frame of how everything came to be is to really just accentuate you know, the origin of how this actually conscientiously became a collection, you know, from the very first days to where the game room currently is as of today, as of this time as of right now, 2024, the very beginning of 2024, essentially. Now, as you can see on screen, just real quick, is my collection. My first picture that I actually took of my very small collection back in 2011. Again, like I mentioned, when I first conscientiously took steps towards working on this collection. There's a couple things that you see here in this video, or I'm sorry, in this picture, that you will see throughout the video. So that's definitely just something to go ahead and you know, take into consideration. Something that I'm very proud of. And again, for anybody that may be generally new to you know, gaming or you know, something of that nature, who, you know, you're barely starting off on the hobby, we all start from somewhere. I mean, that this picture definitely should again highlight that fact 100%. We all start from somewhere. You know, it all takes time, effort, energy, and patience, but again, there's a big joy when it comes to the pursuit of anything, of any type of hobby. So bear that in mind. And with that, let's go ahead and get into the on-screen introduction. Alright guys, so this is going to be kind of like a mishmash of a couple things. I'm not going to get super scripted or super, you know, particular like I usually am with a lot of my other videos as far as like the mic quality and all that stuff. You know, here and there a little bit, but mostly this is what you're going to get. But I want this to be a little bit more of kind of a game room tour slash kind of YouTube workflow workspace, if that makes sense. Because a lot of how my game room works, is have, you know, easy access to be able to play any one of my games, you know, at my quickest convenience, but also to be able to do that same thing and have everything running on my workspace here, to be able to record footage, to be able to stream footage, anything of that nature. And that's a big focus on how this entire setup, you know, in the game room works as a whole. So let's get into it. So I guess the most appropriate place to start would be with the nerve center, I guess you could say. Let me just kind of zero it out a bit, or zoom it out. So this is basically the entertainment area. Obviously, as you can see, we got the entertainment center with the TV. We have all the video game consoles, and we'll go over it in more, obviously more detail here. But this is just kind of the first glimpse of everything that you see when you first, obviously, when you first come into the game room. So, obviously, the first thing that anybody notices, at least as of right now, is going to be the PS5. I got it down here, kind of center stage. Actually puts out quite a lot of heat, but you know, it's a PS5. What can you say? I also have, I believe this is an 8 terabyte external hard drive. Good thing is I could put all my PS4 games on it. Bad thing is, you know, unless they change something, can't really run any PS5 games directly off it. It has to be on the internal storage or on the NVMe that you have put in. So, okay, so to kind of start off here, this is my analog Super NT. Obviously, this is my primary to use for primary to use for Super Nintendo games. You know, I'll get more into that, of course. Right here, I have my Retro AVS. Got some Shatterhand in there right now. But yeah, Retro AVS, this is my go-to for NES games, obviously. Here is my OG Xbox. I modified it and actually did all this stuff myself. Tried to do the Make Megahertz install myself. I even have a stream showing that. Looks like I almost did it on stream, and then I didn't. So, but yeah, I'll get more into that. I'll get more into all these. Up here, I got my GameCube. So no matter how many times I dust everything, it just gets more dusty. But yeah, this is the primary GameCube I use. It has the Game Boy player. I also have my GBA over here, along with the Steam Link that I pretty much never use. I just have it here just to forget, or not forget that I have it. I got a RAFnet adapter, Super Nintendo to GameCube, along with some other stuff. I'll get more into it. It, you know, it runs Swiss. It has the Pico boot, and yeah, like I said, I'll get more into that. So, general overview. This is my Nintendo 64. I've had this thing since 2011, early 2011. So, it's been quite a long time. Actually, really fortunate to get this when I did. And then I got Majora's Mask. Got it signed by Peanut Butter Gamer at SGC 2014. That was a good time. That was a real good time. And then, of course, there's more to explain or more to discuss about this. This, let me bring it up. So this is something that's very, let's back it out. Okay, so here's something that's very special. This was actually given to me by my younger brother. He always says it, well, he said it the one time, it always stuck with me, that this is his donation to the Smithsonian. This is the Taco Bell, Live Moss Taco Bell, gold PS4, number 4740 of 6500. So yeah. And that's with the original controller and all that.
The Quesarito or Volcano Quesarito Big Box for a chance to win a limited edition gold PS4 bundle. There's a winner every 10 minutes.
Bruh.
It works, but the reason I ended up getting it is because he ended up replacing it because this one blue screens. I have been looking into reaching out to Sony at some point just to see if they can do a repair, because I'd like for it to be working just so it can be fully functional without its issues. Real quick about this too, because it's not even a PS4 that I use, but it's nice to have. He didn't win this from Taco Bell. This wasn't won. He was living in Austin a few years back. I would say maybe just shy of before COVID, roughly. And I think he hit somebody up on either Facebook Marketplace or Craigslist or something. He needed a PS4. Ended up getting this from some college kid in Austin. So there you go. And with that, ended up here. Okay. So this is my Wii U. This is the 32 gig, the Zelda edition Wii U. Shame they never did more with the console itself, at least as far as, like, you know, what they did with the gamepad. All in all, something I really love. Personally, just my 2 cents. I really feel, I wish that that this is what the Wii was supposed to be. But I got this. I have this is like the Wind Waker edition. It's when they first dropped it from 350 to 300. I picked it up. I've had it since 2013, I believe. Yeah, 2013, and it's the same one I've had for, at this point, over 10 years. Love it. Something I use quite often. I use it more than a Wii for Wii U games and Wii games. More so Wii games these days. So yeah. So, here, see if I can do this. Oh, not available in ultra wide, huh? See if I could do that. Okay, so these are my amiibo. Don't mind don't mind the dust here, as a matter of fact, just for, yeah. I take them down once in a while, like if I'm playing Tears of the Kingdom or Breath of the Wild. I'll take all my amiibo down and use them, or any game where I have multiples, right? Do you guys remember the amiibo crash of 2013? Man, that stuff was crazy. So, but yeah, these are all the amiibo that I have here. I have some more here, the Guardian, and then some Starlink for that short-lived game, unfortunately, and then Shovel Knight, which is pretty cool to have. Also, too, just to kind of get into it a little bit more, let's see here. So, I also have some sealed amiibo that I have hung. Now, just for the sake of really trying to bring it home, let it be known, I'm not scared to open these up, okay? I do like keeping them sealed, just, you know, because who doesn't like having sealed things and a couple of, you know, a couple other stuff when it comes to collections like this, right? But, that being said, if it's time to crack into one of these to, you know, play a game, they will come out of their packaging, so yeah. Okay. So I made a video about this. I'll put it in the little eye thingy. But this, you guys, for those of you who don't know, this is my Warrior 64. And this thing got a lot of hate when it came out. I got a lot of hate before it launched, right? Like it was on the, you know, it was on the horizon to come out. And yeah, this thing got a lot of hate thrown at it. That being said, I really liked it. I really do like it. And well, to be perfectly honest, I mean, so basically it's a Nintendo 64 with HDMI out, but it's not a true digital solution. So it basically has a custom onboard converter. Nothing super special. It does have a custom splash screen for the company that made this, right? But I was actually using this for a very short time, up until I ended up getting the Pixel FX HDMI mod for my original Nintendo 64. That being said, I do really like this. It's a really cool piece of tech. And I really do like the shell. Say what you want. I think it really does embody just that style of Nintendo 64 very well. I think Ian from the Completely Unnecessary podcast, he said it best. This it definitely looks like something that Nintendo would have released back in the day if they ended up doing something like this. I could definitely see this being kind of like official, just because of the style. So yeah. This, just real quick, it's a flashboard that you can write games on. You can make like your own custom repros, basically. There's a Nintendo video about it. I haven't used it for a while. It has Zelda Ocarina of Time on it, but yeah, it's a super cool little trinket, and my boys like to play Ocarina of Time on this thing. Makes it easy. So yeah. Okay. So this right here is just a fat PS2, as y'all will see soon. I got a few of them, and this is this a, it's not a Lenovo, I'm dumb. Yeah, Intech. This is an Intech monitor that you can mount on your PS2. Back in the day, this was a big deal when you can kind of like do something like this. The closest thing to portable that you can get, because you can carry around your own LCD screen with you. And the unfortunate thing, it's pretty cool. I would use it too more often if I can have a more appropriate setup. But the big thing is I never got around to being able to get this to work, only because it's not that it's broken. It never came with the power supply. I think I got it for like 30 or 40 bucks on eBay a few years back. Definitely a cool piece to have. And at some point down the road, I can, get the appropriate power supply. As a matter of fact, if anybody has any info on what power supply that these would use, what type of barrel connector, and the, what's the polarity, the positive and negative, let me know. So, Okay, so this real quick, let me just dust it off. If you have a collection, you're gonna want to dust. So this is my PS2. This is the PS2 that, at least for a while, was the main PS2 that I used. No games in there right now. Always gotta make sure. Always gotta make sure. And then of course, I think I got this monitor a couple years back for about 80 bucks on the local marketplace. This is by Zenith. Pretty much all the other monitors that I have and that I've seen are Intech, but this one is Zenith. I actually specifically got this from like a place in the mall called 3D Games. It was 50 bucks, and that was like in 2012, which I thought was a lot back then. Which I think kind of stands to reason. Anyways, this was my main PS2 for the longest time. It still kind of is for some things. Reason being is because I actually have this modded with a Modbo 4.0 mod chip. So I use this for playing burns as well as imports. So imports, most notably as Evil Twin, Cyprian's Chronicles, and Forbidden Siren 2, which I mentioned in my original Siren review that it's actually a little bit of a pain, even with the modded PS2, to get up and running, but you can do it. You can, in fact, do it. So yeah, these are the two games that I have that are PAL games, and this thing plays them like a champ. So, okay. So this one's obviously pretty obvious. This is my Xbox One S. Now, obviously, it's kind of off to the side. I very rarely use this thing as of right now, to be perfectly honest. Just because of Xbox reasons. I do like it. I'm glad that I have it. I was actually working at Xbox in 2016, and they actually showed us the Xbox One S before it was officially announced. So that was pretty cool. And I actually didn't even have an Xbox One while I was working at Xbox. I actually didn't get this until probably about a year later. Yeah, something like that. But yeah, and of course this is hooked up too, so if I do decide to jump on, it's ready to go. Okay, so in here, obviously, as you can see, this is my Xbox 360. It's the Modern Warfare Edition. Does it turn on? I don't know if I have it plugged in. No, okay, but it does work. I've streamed and played on it, but this Xbox 360, I think I got it for like 50 bucks, and it's console banned. I actually got it, I want to say in 2014, 2015, obviously before I worked at Xbox. Didn't know it was console banned and assumed that console ban, I just thought it's something that you can get rid of. You can't. Because it's locked to I guess either the MAC address or the actual IP, the actual device number or ID for the console itself. I actually spoke with Paul from Retro Gaming Arts about it at one point. We were going back and forth, and we're actually delegating if there was a possibility that it might have some sort of mod chip in it or something. It's definitely a possibility if it's console banned. So. Then, of course, I have my PS3 Slim. I actually have had this since, I want to say 2012. So I've actually had this PS3 for quite a long time here. And, I mean, it's what you expect. It's a PS3. I've actually gone through a couple of them, right? And fairly recently, I was trying to mod a fat PS3 to get it working. Backwards compatible. That ended up being a headache and a half. So that's on the shelf, and this one's still the go-to. Real quick, another thing to point out is that PS3 controllers are super flimsy, at least in my house. They always break and all that. So what I usually use is a PS2 to USB adapter, and these work perfectly fine. They work just as well as you'd hope for you know, playing PS3 games for sure. And that's what I use because I don't have any PS3 controllers. So here at the very bottom of the entertainment center, I got it just obviously because it has a large footprint, I guess you could say. I have obviously my go-to for Sega Genesis games. I have my analog Mega SG, which, by the way, at this point, I want to say I got both my analog systems in 2021, I believe, roughly. Yeah, I'm gonna say 2021, roughly. This is a game that I got from, what is it, Neofid? Yeah, Neofid, Demons of Asterborg. So, cool game, brutal. And then, of course, the Sega CD. I've had this for a really long time. I got this from the same year I started collecting. As one of the first things I ended up getting. And it works. It works perfectly fine. Both of these work. They turn right on. I have Soul Feast.
Soul Feast. More like Soul Feces.
Yeah, good game. And I actually do have a Sega 32X, but for those of you who know, bottom line, you can't really use a 32X on an SG unless you have a DAC, the analog DAC, which, in my opinion, kind of defeats the purpose. So at that point, you know, I'll just use my regular Sega Genesis, which I do have. So as you can see right here, this is my fat PS2. This one's also modded, but not with the mod chip. I use with free McBoot. And let me see if I can put this back there. I actually can't really tell. But I also have an SSD with backups. So I could load backups on this guy. And of course, you know, everything works just fine, as it should. Got some Kingdom Hearts 2 in there. And I do have the, what are these called again? The Rad 2X converters. I actually got these, I got the Rad 2X converters almost a year ago to the day, I want to say. Yeah, I got the Rad 2X converters almost a year ago to the day, as a matter of fact. For those of you who know, the Rad 2X for the PS2 and PlayStation 1, they're the only ones that need a 5-volt source, I believe. So I use one of these cables, and there you go. I have it hooked up to my you know, my LED. But yeah, so like I was saying, the Slim is usually the one that I use, or at least for a while was the one I used for you know, since this has become the mainstay. This is in fact my go-to PS2, unless I'm playing those imports, because this still, I mean, I'm sure somebody will say, oh, you got free McBoot, you can figure something out. But as it stands, without the headache, I'll just plug in the PS2 Slim, and I'll be good to go. So the Sega Saturn is actually one of the first consoles I started getting when I started collecting, like, in a serious capacity back in 2011. I want to say, if memory serves, I paid, now get this, I want to say for the controller, Daytona USA, and then the connections, all that, basically to get started, probably about $40 in 2011. Late 2011, early 2012. I'm thinking it's 2011, kind of autumn of 2011. But here's the thing. Ever since then, now here's the one thing about this guy. Ever since then, at least in my opinion, every time I checked and looked for anything decent, all the Sega Saturn games were super expensive. Super expensive. Like, the cheapest games are usually going to be about $50, $60, roughly, more or less. So since that never really changed, then it has the hobbies become more prevalent and more widespread, you know, games have only gotten more expensive. So I personally decided to take the initiative, since I never use my Sega Saturn, hardly ever. Can't really see it, but damn, you can't see it. Well, hold on. And there you go. So in my Sega Saturn, I have an ODE. I have the Fenrir ODE, and as a matter of fact, I have a 3D print and an SD card extension coming in. So I'm gonna probably, before this video even goes up, I'll have it replaced because I've used them before. But yeah, I have an ODE because I figured if I'm ever gonna get any type of practical use out of this system, you know, the only way to do it feasibly within, you know, a reasonable amount of money is to get an ODE. For the longest time, I used to be such a douchey purist that I wouldn't even entertain the notion of doing something like this. But having this piece of hardware for, at this point, over 10 years, it didn't feel right to me to not use it at all. I ended up buying one physical game for this for the longest time. It was Clockwork Knight. Not for the longest time, for a short period of time. It was Clockwork Knight. It was in 2020. And I liked it, and it was good to actually get into the Sega Saturn. But at that point, it really made me think, like, there's so much more I could do with this. So I got the Fenrir. I would have preferred the Satiator, but then at that point, it's way too expensive. So this one also, I also have a Rad 2X for the Sega Saturn, since there is no current, you know, all digital to digital solution for this guy. So obviously right here, kind of coming to the end of it, and for, you know, for the most part of what I got hooked up, this is my Steam Deck. I have a Shenzhen, I forget, I think it's kind of rubbed off a little bit, dock. It works perfectly fine. As a matter of fact, if I just do that, then we'll, oh, it did it for a second. Should pop up here. Hold on. Okay, had some technical difficulties, just stuff being weird. Happens all the time with the setup, got gremlins. But this is the Steam Deck. We got Dead Rising here. And obviously this works just fine. I've used it with controllers. As a matter of fact, the dock, I've used it with controllers. I've used it with mouse and keyboard. Works awesome. Not super cheap, but also not super expensive. Okay, here we go. I'm a big box hoarder. So it's the Shenzhen Steam Deck dock station. I've had this for quite a little bit. I got it right when I knew that this was coming in. Granted, as awesome as this is, this piece of tech, I don't really use it as much as I should. I actually tried using it for the Chiaki, for the PlayStation Remote Play. Kind of did a little bait and switch on my TikTok. There's no dislikes on TikTok, but I'm sure if there were, I'd know about it. But yeah, all in all, it's still a really impressive piece of tech, and I just wish I could find the opportunity to use it more. It actually has some, I wouldn't say bugs, but it doesn't get along very well with my streaming setup. I'm sure if I take the time to figure it out, but for another day. Of course, it is my Nintendo Switch. This is a launch model. This is, it's a launch model. I got it it released in March of 2017. I got mine in April. I don't even think it might have been just over a month. I want to say maybe April 10th ish, April 15th ish, something like that. As soon as I had the money to spend, I went running around all over the city trying to find one. Found one, and this has been my same exact Switch with the screen protector. It's not the actual screen. It's with the screen protector. But yeah, this is the Switch that I've had pretty much since launch. So yeah. Okay, so before I get into more of the technical stuff, obviously just a showcase of the consoles and where they're at and how often I use them. I am going to show you some of the other consoles that I have that I used to use when I did use, well, my analog consoles, not the analog company, but actual not digital to digital consoles like the original Super Nintendo, NES, Magnavox, all that. But before we get into that, I also want to take the opportunity to show you guys my actual game shelf, which is something that's arguably probably the quickest thing to maybe not catch an eye, but certainly probably people will spend their most time actually taking a look at. So basically I've had my game shelves kind of in an arrangement that is kind of by, you know, company, and then kind of just what I've deemed to be the most convenient for me. It's generally been the same since I've had it established. For the longest time, I had two shelves, which as a matter of fact is this shelf and that shelf. I added this shelf over here probably maybe 5 years ago or so. Meanwhile, these are at least 10 years old at this point. They're just bookshelves from Walmart, but yeah. So down here at this little itty bitty shelf that seems kind of out of the way, and an elephant in the room. This isn't my favorite arrangement for these, but it works, at least for now. But yeah, these are my N64 games. These are the majority of the games that I own. There's several up over by the Nintendo 64, and then I have a couple in my stand, which we'll go over that for sure. But again, these are all my Nintendo 64 games that I've collected and gotten, you know, over the years. Yoshi Story, Kirby, Madden. Yeah. Uh-oh. Yeah, these are all my N64 games. Nothing too spectacular, and it is a bummer that I have to pull out each individual one if I don't have it readily available, you know. Fun fact, this copy of Gauntlet Legends I got maybe about 3 years ago, in 2020 or 2021, with a coupon at a local GameStop, which that's not even it, that's not 3D Games. I got this from a local GameStop about 3 years ago for $25 with a $25 coupon that I had at GameStop. So yeah, so this is the new guy. But that's definitely cool. That GameStop's not around anymore. They seem to be just dying off. This was given to me by a really good friend of mine. His name is Sam. He's been in a couple of my Let's Plays on my Let's Play channel. A Game for Freddy. I also have a Game Shark here that kind of works. I mean, it works. Sometimes it's one of those things where if I can't get it to function properly, I don't know if it's because I did something wrong or if it's just being fussy. But I do have a Game Shark. I want to say I had two of them, but I don't know where the other one is. Now, up here, obviously, as you could see, don't mind the sealed DS package I had found. This is obviously all my Sega Genesis stuff and Master System. So The Sega Genesis is a lot of fun to collect for the most part. I don't get a lot of Sega Genesis games because the really, really good ones are getting kind of pricey, but not too much to where you can't swing them. I actually got this also in 2020, I want to say. I got Michael Jackson's Moonwalker in 2020. I got this in an auction. I won it for $104. And the price has only increased since then. But I got it complete. I've played it. I've streamed it. But I haven't streamed it since I got my SG. So probably should give it another shot. But yeah, got a whole bunch of games complete. I like getting them complete because I really do like the clamshell. I actually got this at my flea market, again, another 10 years ago or something. And then, you know, also too, I'm not above getting, you know, loose games. Definitely not above getting loose games. Way back in early 2012, in October 2011, me and my family, my wife and I and my kids, we moved from the apartment that we were living at to a new apartment. And we were there for a little less than 6 months. That's a whole other thing. But the maintenance guy was super cool, and he actually gifted me all of these Master System games and a good chunk of these Sega Genesis games. Probably the most prevalent being this guy right here. I ended up getting Castlevania Bloodlines from this guy because he had a whole bunch of these in storage. He had the original Model 1 Sega Genesis. He had the Sega Master System games, and then a bunch of Sega Genesis games. This one probably being the biggest deal out of all of them. Sonic and Knuckles, good stuff. And then of course the Master System adapter for the Mega SG. So here is all my PS3 games. It's actually been kind of hard because, as you can see, I've been having to stack them. And just so you know, obviously, given the depths of these shelves, there's a whole additional row here in the back on every one of these shelves that has games coming out the front. So, but yeah, quite a few PS3 games, some really, really good ones like Alice Madness Returns. That one's a lot of fun. Streamed that one. That one was awesome. Dead Island, probably my favorite zombie game. I've talked about that at length. Black Ops 2. The what is it? I got the Care Package edition. That was cool. And then I got this game too. A little interesting game you guys might have heard of. 3D Game Heroes. I got this game off of eBay. Probably 2012 or 2013. Brand new. Sealed. Brand new. For $10. $10. And this game has gone way up. Then of course, we'll get back to these. Up here, I got my PS2 games. Got quite a few of them, which is always cool to have. You know, PS2 is a classic. Actually, a good few of these games I got from GameStop before they stopped selling PS2 games altogether. So what I like to do usually for games at GameStop, I'll leave the code, or not the code, but the sticker on. Star Ocean. This is probably like less than $10 at GameStop, and that game's phenomenal. I got this game at a pawn shop, which is kind of the last frontier to find rare games for cheap. It wasn't $7.95 either. It was like price isn't on here, but it was like $4. There's another game, you know. We got Siren here. It's a great game. Talked about that one a good bit. I got this at Goodwill for $2. Only to find out, not terrible, but it came with Def Jam Vendetta, and I actually didn't realize that until I was talking about it on stream. So, it is what it is. These two Gundam games I know that I got at GameStop for the pro price, as a matter of fact. And I believe these games have gotten extremely expensive, as a matter of fact. So, yeah, I got these at GameStop way back when, once upon a time. Fun fact, not fun fact, interesting story. The game that's in here, I've had technically for, again, like 8, 9, 10 years, something like that, because I bought a PS2 for like $3 at the flea market, never powered it on, never opened it up. The reason I bought it is because it had the Ethernet module for the internet. That's the biggest reason I got it. I only recently opened it up. There you go, my homemade stuff right there. It took a second to process, but it had Silent Hill 2. Fucking Silent Hill 2. Original Black Label, too, if that's a big deal for you or not. But the original Black Label Silent Hill 2 just sitting in the disc tray all these years, and I never knew it. And I was never really looking for it either, because I have the Xbox version of Silent Hill 2, which is my preferred version because it's the one that I played, and I just feel like it looks better. But either way, and I made my own cover art. So. There's quite a few interesting things here, but one more game I want to touch on is this one right here, God Hand. So the interesting thing for me about God Hand is the reason I looked into getting it is because I was playing Bayonetta when it first came out for the Wii U. Bayonetta is super hard, in my opinion. Bayonetta 1 is way harder than Bayonetta 2. And I was looking up, like, what are, like, really hard games? Like, I know Ninja Gaiden for the Xbox, all that. God Hand came up a lot, so I looked into getting it. And this, again, was in 2013, 2014, whenever Bayonetta on the Wii U first released. And I looked it up, God Hand, $25 at the time, complete. There was a guy local to me selling it, and he had like his own little game shop. He put it up on Facebook saying selling it $25 complete. I was like, hold on to it for me, I'll go get it. And I've had this copy ever since. Haven't really sat down to like played it, tinkered with it a little bit, but definitely a game I gotta get to. So obviously at the top here, I got all my Wii stuff, and again, like I mentioned, it's double stacked, so there's rows of games behind here. Now, the thing that's interesting in my case about the Wii, and how hard it is to do this with one hand. So the thing about the interesting thing about the Wii games, right, is a good chunk of these, like a good percentage of all these games, I got at GameStop. And I've talked about this on my streams before, but a lot of the things about these games, I kind of, fortunately, I had a little bit of foresight as to kind of what would be valuable and what to pick up, just because, you know, the Wii, let's be honest, the Wii was kind of a normie console. I mean, when a lot of those shovelware games and stuff were outselling games like, you know, what is it, like Metroid Prime 3 and stuff like that, you knew that the install base just was mostly of people that don't typically game, for one, and then a lot of the really good games would fly under the radar just because they weren't, you know, the target, you know, for the target market audience, right? So I got a good chunk of these games for real cheap, just because, again, like I said, the best place for me to pick up a lot of these games for the Wii was really, again, at GameStop, because, you know, they'd have them discounted, this and that. One of the most notable ones, I would say, especially in hindsight, is Fragile Dreams. I got this game for that sticker price with the Pro member, $22.50, if I even paid that much. And I must have gotten this game, I had to have gotten this game in probably 2014 at the latest. And that's because I would check some of the charts. I've checked the charts since then, and I know that even the following year, this game increased by like $10 or something. This game I've seen it fluctuate, and it's not nearly as pricey as what it was a couple years ago, but I know that this is definitely one of the heavier hitters, and I know that because I've seen this game, and I remember seeing it at GameStop, and I was thinking kind of everything of what I just mentioned, how the Wii is really casual, there's not a real serious install base, so a lot of people that have a Wii, most off, aren't going to look twice at this game. Meanwhile, I'm looking at it, I'm thinking, okay, Fragile Dreams, it's by Xseed, that's a notable name for a publisher. It's anime. The normies ain't gonna want to mess with it. So you know what? Screw it. I'll pick it up. It might be worth getting. Just to frame it too, I don't buy games like, oh, because they're gonna like, oh, it's gonna be worth more. I do it more to where I'm gonna be honest, it's a little bit of FOMO. Because if a game gets so expensive, all I think about is like, damn, I should have picked it up when it was cheaper. So this is definitely one of those games where I'm glad I picked it up when it did, because for it to have gotten as expensive as it has, it wouldn't be realistic to get a copy to be able to have and play. So as you can see over here, I got my Xbox games. Because of the chaotic nature that I have when it comes to approaching my games, my Xbox games, I don't really have them organized. The original Xbox games, the Xbox 360 games, the Xbox One games, I all have them kind of here. There's not really a big sense of, organization, unfortunately, but it works for me, and I know where stuff is, and I know where to grab it. So, and this isn't even all the Xbox games. I have a good chunk of them over here as well, which that in itself kind of shows that I might need to take the time to, start considering, more storage options or something. But that's the thing about the game room. That's the thing about the game room that was one of the reasons I held off. The game room's always changing. It's always developing. It's always evolving. And that's one of the reasons that, on one hand, took me so long to get started with the videos, or with this video. But on the other hand, I also thought, well, if I keep going with that mentality of, oh, it's gonna, I have to constantly get this ready for the tour and this ready for the tour, it's never gonna be done. So that's why I said, you know what, this is where it's at. Now, down here, obviously, you see my Super Nintendo games. I got a lot of the heavy hitters. I got a lot of these games, by the way. I got this for $15 at an indoor flea market a while back. I bought this a long time ago. I have a lot to say about that game. And, in the last several years, maybe the last 5 years, I'd say, I started getting more Famicom games as opposed to Super Nintendo games, just because, in some cases, at the end of the day, they're the exact same ROM. And I'm not even saying that it's just a translation. Super Metroid is a perfect example, because the ROM is, I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, I'm sure somebody is, but for the most part, as far as somebody who's just going to play it is concerned, it's the exact same ROM, because it has language options in the American version and in the Japanese version. You could change the text and the language to English, and you can also change it to Japanese. You can do that on the Japanese cart, you can do that on the American cart, so fundamentally, it's the exact same thing. Rockman X3, which is Mega Man X3, at the end of the day, it's just language differences, but still the same game. I forgot what this was. Anyways, so I got a lot of Super Nintendo games, and it'd be a pain to bring them all out, but I got a lot of the heavy hitters, and I started collecting Super Nintendo games again. The majority of the collection started in 2011. I want to say in 2012, 2013 is when I started picking up, honestly, a lot of my games, but I had a big focus on Super Nintendo games because that's when they started taking off, but weren't so expensive that, they weren't so expensive that you couldn't get them, right? So, yeah. Already the nostalgia was hitting people that were casual So when I tried picking up a lot of games from my childhood, it was starting to get a little bit pricey. This was like my first, these are going to be expensive to get games. So, you know, for posterity's sake, I do have a couple of games here. I have Soul Blazer, which is really cool. Let's see if I can open this up without, it's going to fall. Okay. So I got Soul Blazer here. I got it in a case. I got this, I remember clear as day. I saw it at like 4:30 or 5:30 in the morning because I used to do 12-hour shifts. So once in a while I'd be up super early and I would scroll through eBay. And I just happened to see Soul Blazer for 30 bucks. I bought it and it wasn't working. I sent this to Luke Morse to fix. He went over it. I guess he reflowed it, said it was working. I popped it back into my Super Nintendo. Still wasn't working. I only had one Super Nintendo at the time. It was a SNES Junior. I come to find out that there was a problem with the actual Junior itself. I had since gotten another Super Nintendo. This game actually worked. So, I think from the very beginning, it had no issues at all. So I actually happened to get a good loose copy of Soul Blazer for 30 bucks. Just another thing worth pointing out, I bought Final Fantasy 3 AK6 from a guy local here. I think 25-30 bucks also, which was uncharacteristic because the guy I bought it off of is a heavy, you know, hardcore collector, and it's a legit PCB and everything too. I didn't get it from GameStop, but I got it off him for like 25-30 bucks with this case. And he has a really awesome collection too. So he knows the value of a lot of these games. He knows how to do his research and stuff. So I don't know if maybe he just happened to get the price in a dip or what, but I know this game flirts with the $100 value quite often. So obviously here, as you can see, this is my PS4 and PS5 collection. Let me try to zoom it out a bit. Got a few different things here. Obviously, we got some steelbooks and all that good stuff. Always fun to have. For example, Cyberpunk. Let's see. Black Ops 3, the Juggernaut edition, which, if you haven't noticed already, I'll pick it up here. But we have... does not do that. Have the... as a matter of fact, hold up. Alright, so a little bit of lighting assistance. I actually did an unboxing on this. This is my Juggernaut. It's my mini fridge. I've had it for, well, I mean, whenever Black Ops 3 first came out. Gotta be honest, between Black Ops 2 Collector's Edition, Black Ops 3 Collector's Edition, Black Ops 3 is much better, obviously, because you get a practical device. You get a mini fridge. The drone in Black Ops 2, that thing broke on me real quick. But in my opinion, Black Ops 2 is the better game for the most part. But definitely worth having. This is really nice every time you open it up. And then of course it does. Yeah, so a good time, right? But anyways, like I was saying, this is my PS4 and PS5 collection. I have quite a few games on the PS4 and PS5. You know, because a lot of times between the PlayStation and the Nintendo, depending on the nature of the game, I'll get the PlayStation version or the Nintendo version. So for example, I just got this fairly recently. I got Bomb Rush Cyberpunk. I got it. My first inclination was that this game would look better, run better, all that other stuff, you know, on PS5 compared to Switch. Actually seeing some more comprehensive information on the Switch version, it seemed that, you know, with a couple of concessions, the Switch version was on par with the PS5 version. But what I ended up making me get make the decision of getting the PS5 version, quite simply, is the load times, and obviously the PS5 is really good on the load times. So that's some of the things that I weigh in consideration if I'm deciding to get a game for the PS5, or for one console over the other. Outside of that, though, typically, and I feel like a lot of older gamers like myself kind of feel this way, some of the older retro stuff I might end up getting on the Switch, just because, I associate Nintendo with old school stuff, essentially. But as you can see, quite a few things here, and obviously this isn't even the whole deal. There's quite a few games in the back there. I can't even remember where I got these lights, but originally when I put this here, and then I had this this entertainment center put here, it was pitch black. I couldn't see anything. So these had a couple stickies. It was blue. I thought it went well with the theme with PS4, so I posted these up here and got these up here. Admittedly, though, sometimes it does get a little bit washed out with just the blue, and it can make it a little bit difficult to kind of, focus on whatever it is I'm looking for. Then, of course, I have my Switch games, which I have quite a few, and there'll be no doubt that let's do this. It's going to be no doubt that as I'm working on this video, before it comes out, it's quite possible that there'll be more games available or posted up in the collection. So we got a 3D print amiibo here that I printed myself and painted. Got a couple other things here. Got a couple games here. I want to be honest, I do have a fair amount of games that are sealed, but not because I'm trying to keep them sealed or closed. Some cases, yeah. For example, there has been a handful of games that I've gotten for the Switch specifically that, here. So there are a handful of games that I do have on any system, as a matter of fact, that are sealed just because I happen to have the opportunity to pick it up brand new as opposed to used, for a deal that just made it more practical to get a brand new version. We've all been there, right? Where it just made more sense to get the new version over something used, because it was impractical to justify the difference in amount that would be spent versus, for one over the other. I do have a handful of games that I have sealed that I'm intending on keeping sealed, for a couple of very simple reasons. Quite simply, a couple of these games, these two specifically, were made available digitally only for an extended period of time. I did initially want to pick up these games, but again, I wanted to play them, but they were only available digitally at that point in time. So, again, Hollow Knight's a good example. It was digital for a while before there was an actual physical release, and it's a big deal. So I actually got this game digitally on my Switch far before there was a physical release. Same thing with Doom 64. Doom 64 is a little bit different. I picked it up on the Switch because it was super inexpensive. I think $5, and that was when it first came out, when it was first available on the eShop. Picked it up, why not? Because it wasn't just, a port, it was a proper remaster, I believe by Night Dive. I do actually have Doom 64 on the Nintendo 64, but I ended up getting it for the, digitally on the eShop for my Nintendo Switch. But when this was finally made available physically, I felt, well, you know what? Let me take the opportunity to pick it up, because I think it was only $20, and it was $20 I was willing to spare to have a preserved physical copy that I can hang on to. And unless something happens to my account where my digital purchases get relinquished or revoked because of some sort of compromise with my online account, you never know what can happen, I'll always have an updated, remastered physical copy of Doom 64. So it's kind of a, in case of emergency, break seal. Now, another interesting thing here. Now, this is kind of two sides of the same coin. I got the Castlevania Anniversary Collector's, or Collection, rather not Collector's Edition, but the Castlevania Collection, because it was finally made available, everything consolidated on one cart, which is super awesome that it's readily available to have and use, right, to play. But I'm in the fortunate position where, aside for maybe one or two of these games, I have all of them. I've since had all the Castlevania games. I picked up my top loader NES in 2011 with 2 controllers, a zapper, and all 3 NES Castlevania games. So I have Castlevania 1, 2, and 3, and then I also have Super Castlevania 4, as well as Castlevania Bloodlines, like I showed previously. I don't have the Game Boy Castlevania games or Kid Dracula, but with that being said, the big heavy hitters that are hard for a lot of people to get these days, I've long since had, but that's why I'm keeping this one sealed. I like the convenience and the uniformity of everything being consolidated on one single solitary game, but even more so, if something were to happen to my physical cartridges or whatever the case may be, I always have some form of a modernized backup that I can use to play these awesome games. So, that's it for the most part with my Switch games. I mean, generally speaking, there's always something to be said about all the Switch games that I have or that anybody has. I really like how there's so many different variations and interesting things that you could speak on when it comes to these games. So, I mean, again, obviously I can go on, but that's pretty much the bulk of what I wanted to mention when it comes to the Nintendo Switch collection that I have. So, just above my Switch games here, I have excuse me, a handful of Super Nintendo games, Nintendo 64. Nothing of super significance. I have Soul Blazer, and I got one of these cases just because it's rare, and it's probably my big first rare game. Super Mario RPG, which I only recently played for the first time as of the recording of this video. I streamed it. Really good game. Beautifully done. It was given to me for my birthday way back in 2011 when I actually declared I started collecting in a serious capacity. And I bought a case for this. I just bought some cases for some games that I felt warranted that additional protection. This is a reproduction of the first Star Ocean game for the Super Nintendo, the Super Famicom version. And I just thought it was appropriate to keep it. So there's no real rhyme or reason. But, and again, like I mentioned, there is Xbox stuff here. But, I mean, obviously you guys have already noticed the mobile stuff, the handheld stuff, rather. So I have a good amount of, well, I have a fair amount of Game Boy Advance games, right? And then we got some Game Boy games, right? Some Game Boy Color games, and a couple of things that are noteworthy. Of course, as a matter of fact, give me just a second here. So this includes, again, like I said, my handhelds, but that also includes like the few DS and 3DS games that I've gotten over the year. I was actually really excited to get a 3DS, and I have a very special one that is a beautiful handheld. But I never really used it anywhere near as much as I, first thought I would. And that should say a lot too, because I actually remember having a DS back in the day that I didn't do much with. But this, I kept it in this Mad Catz case. But this, I've had since Black Friday of 2011, I've had this Zelda Edition 3DS, gold and black trim, you can't beat it, beautifully done. I'm not gonna lie, I have a backup, like a ROM or a flash cart, whatever. Again, just to get more use out of it. So, but I do have a handful of games because I have the Game Boy player on the GameCube, and I can actually play those on the TV and stream them and stuff. It feels like there's more of a practical reason, because that does have a bearing on my decision on the games that I want to get and stuff, because a lot of times I won't, like, if it's a handheld system, I typically don't really pick up the games because I don't know if I'm going to want to play it, but furthermore, I don't have the ability to play it on TV and record footage, stream, etc., right? Now, these are really important. These are very, very special. This is my blue version from when I was 10 years old. This is my blue version from when I was 10 years old. This is one of the few instances that it is an original cartridge from my childhood. I don't know how many people have the privilege or the opportunity to boast stuff like that. Some people can probably do it in huge capacity. They didn't have to trade in their stuff to GameStop. But this is one of the things that I could never part with. And I never parted with it. This is my original, I have a Band-Aid. This is my original blue version from when I was a kid. And moreover, this is my original gold version from when it came out. From when I was, like 12? 12, 13, 10, 11, something like that. And I guess just while Pokemon's on the topic, this Pikachu for sure I've had since I was 10. It was the summer vacation between 5th grade and 6th grade. I was going into 6th grade. So I've had this Pikachu since then. And I got the blue version some point after, because I didn't have a Game Boy. But yeah, these are cartridges. These are games that I've had since I was a kid. These are my original copies. Nobody else has had them. Kind of going over it more, as you can see, just a few games here, you know, like the Ocarina of Time 3D, Super Smash Bros. 3DS, Donkey Kong Country Returns. Some of these, in my opinion, might have a little bit more of a polarizing kind of opinion. Okay, so this is interesting. I'll pull this out real quick. This is Kid Icarus Uprising for the 3DS. My wife got me this. 40 bucks. Again, it was there at the store. It's my original copy. I live in Texas. I live in Deep South Texas. So this was at one of the electronic sections in HEB. I don't know if HEB just in general isn't doing electronics anymore. But again, obviously, whenever this was new, you can see if that was during that time. But my wife, Casey, she got this for me for my birthday, 2013, 2014. Let's check real quick. 2012? Huh, maybe I've had it longer than I thought. She got this for my birthday. I kept it sealed because I was always planning on playing it. She gave me a lot of grief for a while for not opening it and playing it. It's still sealed. It's still closed. But it's a collector's item, and it's not a bad thing if I haven't opened it. But yeah, that's a very interesting piece that I've had for quite some time since you know, it was available in stores. Obviously got a couple of Game Boy Advance games here, Metroid Fusion, Aria of Sorrow. I actually played this quite a bit. This and these two games, these two Castlevania games, I actually found at a pawn shop for $5 each, which at the time was incredible because I think they were both going for roughly $50 online is what the going rate was. Obviously too, as well as you could see, I got these little stands. I got these, or I made these with my 3D printer. Definitely recommend that if you guys have a room like this of some kind, it definitely would not hurt to have a 3D printer for stuff like this. So this is my Wii. This is my original Wii. This Wii I've had since 2008. I remember buying the Gohan skin for it. Thinking it was replaceable, and it's not, right? But I've had this since 2008, so I've had it for, at least as of right now, 15 years. And since I don't have a lot of Wii U games, obviously, especially since a lot of them were ported over to the Switch, I figured it wouldn't be practical to give them the shelf space that they have, you know, up on the regular gaming shelves, right? So all the Wii U titles that I have here, let me get rid of these light bulbs real quick. All the Wii U titles that I have are these ones right here. Maybe a couple of them aren't available on Switch or another console of any kind. Like Yoshi's Woolly World is one that's, and Nintendo Land, of course. But yeah, so that's my Wii with my Wii U games. These are some of my little collectible figures from the Tales of Systeria collector's edition. I got that in an unboxing. I did an unboxing of that. This is a PlayStation Portal that I modded and still don't use too often, but it's something that was given to me again by a friend of mine. So this PS1 was one of the first PS1s that I had in my collection. As a matter of fact, I believe it was the first PS1, not PlayStation, but PS1, and it came with the monitor and the original PlayStation controller, like not the DualShock. So this is my first PlayStation that I have, or that I've had, and I actually do use it once in a while. I usually kind of pop it up and connect it for the kids to try something out or play on some of the old school games. So yeah, it does get used despite it being here. This, don't mind its kind of dirty look. This is my original GameCube. This GameCube is from high school. This is shortly after the GameCubes started doing the platinum GameCubes. Originally, I had a launch GameCube, the Indigo one. I got mine with some money I've been saving up for over a year, along with whatever I had left for Christmas money, and I got it shortly after Christmas in 2001. I had that console for a couple years, and then the disk drive went out. Obviously, I didn't have the patience or know-how to figure out how to fix it. I'm pretty sure the pot just needed to be adjusted, but I ended up destroying it. And then I got some money together, ended up getting this platinum one, and I've had this one ever since, and I have used it. That being said, the other one that I used was kind of the experimental one that I did all the mods on, only because I didn't want to botch my original one in case I did screw up those mods. I also do have an LCD screen. Let me grab it real quick. Oh man. So I do have this LCD screen, again from Intech. Like I said, I've had a handful of I have the big one for the fat PS2. I have the Zenith one for the slim PS2. And then of course you saw the one right now on the PS1. This was given to me by another friend of mine. I helped him out with his car, and he was nice enough to give it to me. And he did find this at Goodwill for the $4. The only thing that was a bummer is it didn't come with the cable, the pigtail, where you can actually connect the power supply as well as the actually what it is the pigtail will connect to here and to the GameCube, and then you connect the proprietary power supply to that connector to the pigtail, and it provides power to both the GameCube as well as this. It actually has a fair amount of ghosting. You'd never know. I actually did get this working for a fair bit. I was looking up some research and I found out that I was able to get it to work with a barrel connector power supply that was used for printers. I was actually planning on putting it up in the information in this video, but it's been quite a bit. It's been probably 6 months or so since I tried using this last, and to be perfectly honest, last time I tried using it, it wasn't working anymore. So I don't know if something happened to this, which I don't think so. I think something went out on the power supply itself. It had an LED, a red LED, and it doesn't illuminate anymore, or at least when I plug it into this, it doesn't. But this is a really interesting little monitor to have. It's just nice to actually have it, and at some point, if there is something wrong with it, I can always fix it in the futures. Now, like I mentioned before, I do have my Sega Genesis and my 32X. I have it up here, mostly for show. I got that 32X at the flea market. It was $40, and it was fairly recently too. I would say it was before COVID, but maybe not too much more. Maybe 2017, 2018. So not too long ago. Like already this was expensive. The guy was selling it for $40, and I was like, I'll give you 20. And he's like, I know what it's worth, bro, but I don't know what went through his mind that day. He's like, I'll sell it to you for, because he could have gotten probably $80 for this at the time. And it came with all the connections. So I have a 32X. It's a shame though, the only 32X game I have is Doom for the 32X, which might be a bit of an unpopular opinion, but I actually prefer Doom on the 32X because I know, you know, people give it shit for the AVGN, or not for the AVGN. I know people give it shit for the soundtrack, but I actually like the soundtrack for the 32X version quite a bit. So that's just me. This right here is my Neo Geo CD. I've actually had this for a while. I've had this since mid 2016. I actually bought this directly off of another YouTuber, real nice guy, Luke Morris, Luke Morris 01, I think. But yeah, I got this off of Luke Morris. Cool dude. He's been living in Japan for like 1,000 years now. I bought it off him with a controller and all that. I ended up buying another controller and played quite a bit of Windjammers with my Uncle Joey around that time. It was a lot of fun, and I've actually since done the Furtek mod, so I can actually run games off of an SD card with the mod loader, as a matter of fact. So yeah, this is my Neo Geo CD. And like I said, I've had this thing for going on 8 years now. I bought it from Luke. He was really nice about it. He didn't have a power supply. I actually had to buy one. I think it was like $25. It wasn't cheap. I know they've only gotten more expensive. But I got this, and it does have a couple of problems. Like, it doesn't have the spring-loaded deal. The lid doesn't. Hold on. Jesus. Okay. So, that was a pain in the ass. Yeah, so I've actually been trying to find somebody to print out a new lid. But I think I just need to put a spring on it, get it working, because the gears are a little jacked up, like the actual teeth in the molding. The actual deal that goes into here that lets the system know that the lid's closed is broken off. So what I usually have to do is put a piece of Q-tip in here. But all in all, I'm not complaining. It just, you know, it's an old system, comes with its quirks. I got King of Fighters 95 from Luke with this, and then like I said, I did mod it to play its own games on this SD card, which is cool. But ever since I did the, hold up, there we go. But ever since I did the mod, I haven't been able to get music to play. And I already know about the CTI or CTI or CR, whatever it's called, and I couldn't get it to work. It still works. I can still play it. I still do from time to time. S-video, all that good stuff. So it is nice to have. But it does have a couple of quirks that I wish I could get fixed at some point. But I'm still real happy to have it because it's not often that anybody has any of these. I wish I had a Neo Geo AES. That'd be super cool. But the CD is still really, really nice to have. So to clarify, I work at home. This is actually my workstation. I probably don't have to cover it up, but I figured, you know, why take a chance? So I have this draped. Initially, before this ended up being my workstation, obviously with all these other consoles, I have a Sony Trinitron 32-inch CRT that was originally here before I started working from home, and I ended up moving the CRT to my bedroom. At some point, if and when the game room expands, I'm certain that CRT will make its way back into the game room in some capacity. Right here is my Dreamcast. I love this thing. This right here, it's always had its own little issues. I've actually tried to clean this quite a bit. We got Soul Reaver in here. But This is my Sega Dreamcast. When I first started seriously collecting in 2011, I was deciding, what am I going to get? Do I want to get a game first? Do I want to get consoles first? What am I going to get? So I thought, like, okay, let me go with the console first so I could start having like a drive on what games to get. The Sega Dreamcast in the United States was extremely short-lived. It was gone way too soon. I was 12 or 13 almost when this came out, I believe. I had a neighbor who had a Dreamcast, and we would play Marvel vs. Capcom 2, we would play Sonic Adventure, Crazy Taxi, you know, all that stuff. Never played Jet Grind Radio, but, you know, a lot of our exposure to those games was because of the Dreamcast. My uncle was really excited. He wanted to get a Dreamcast, but he just never got around to it. He wasn't able to, at least, you know, when it was available in stores. I think this thing was out on the market for only a year and a half before I got cut short, which is a shame. It really is a shame. So I was thinking, like, well, what can I get that's not super expensive but would be worthy of saying, hey, you know, I can get something to start my collection. And I started to get a Dreamcast, and I looked it up, and I found an auction for this Dreamcast on eBay in 2011. I got the Dreamcast, 2 VMUs, 2 controllers, all the connections, and 6 games, which I'll mention here soon when I show you those. I got all that, shipping and everything, $33. And this is what broke me in to, this is my first step in starting a video game collection. So this is my top loader NES. This has always been my go-to. I had like 1 or 2 front loaders, as a matter of fact, but those always had problems. Even back in the day when I was a kid, they always had problems. I never even knew about the top loader until the AVGN. And beyond that, I don't remember anybody even, you know, having any of these. I never saw them before. Never saw them in magazines. Never saw them being advertised. Never saw any other kids have them. So, I wanted to get one. And like I said earlier, I managed to get this. I got this, 2 controllers, a Zapper, and Castlevania 1, 2, and 3 for I think $120 for all those in late 2011. That's when I got this. The only bummer was that these are RF only, which is a pain. That's not cool. You know, even by just the bare minimum, RF is just not that great. So this was also my first mod. I actually did the AV mod on this. It's been so long, I can't even remember what was involved. I know I got the kit, obviously. But yeah. So I was able to do the AV mod, and for quite a few years, for quite a long time, this was my go-to for, you know, anything NES, especially because I have quite a few NES games, and I've gotten, you know, quite a lot over the years. So again, like I said, this was my go-to. The games look awesome on a CRT, and I'm still not above connecting this thing to my Trinitron now and playing some games there, even though I have the retro AVS. The retro AVS, again, does work better with my workflow. It makes it easier to stream, obviously, because it's digital to digital, and in my opinion, it does look better, but that's not to say that anything on this looks bad. And it's nice to have it, and like I said, it's been with me at this point for well over 10 years, so here's the 10 more. So I haven't really gone over the NES games too much, but I am now. So a couple things here, too. These are some of the, I guess you could say, here, let me scroll it down. So these right here are some of the physical copies of some indie games that IndieBox used to send out before, you know, IndieBox went the way of the dinosaur, which is a shame. But limited run games, for all their issues, did do it better at the end of the day. Not to say that I didn't enjoy Indie Box, but these are my NES games, and I have a real interesting tale about the NES games. So I was living in an apartment in late 2011. It was a new apartment. My brother-in-law was staying with us at the time. He had a bunch of people come over to the apartment, and they were checking out the games, and they were seeing how I had a slow growth of games going on. And one guy was like, hey, I got a bunch of Nintendo games in case you're interested, right? And I was like, yeah. So he ended up like saying, like, I'll sell you all of them for $15. He ended up bringing like a whole stack of games. And, you know, I didn't want to like do him under, but he was already also in that mindset, like, hey, it's like a lot of games, like could you do 30? And I paid him $30. And he sold me a bunch of games. All the games, not all of the games. He had, well, every single one of these clamshells, plus X amount of games more, because I know he sold me all the games that were in clamshells, plus a couple more, because not all of them had these clamshells. So some of these have an official Nintendo clamshell. Let me see. Yeah, like this one. Balloon Fight's something I bought after the fact. It's not one of them. I've switched some of these out. But he sold me, like, I think 15, 20 games way back in the day. Really kickstarted my collection. And all of these, like I said, came in these clamshells, right? They were actually real muddy, and I had to clean them out. But I think he had them outside. But, hey, they did their job. They kept the games in really good shape. So, let's see. This one's Nintendo. A lot of these Tengen games, I know for a fact I got from that guy, because I never bought these after the fact. But there's another interesting thing, is because we used to have a mom and pop shop for renting out games where I used to live, or where I do live, but kind of closer to where I was when I was a kid. There was a mom and pop shop called All Hit Video. And All Hit Video, like a lot of rental stores, I believe, had these clamshells. And I think, here we go. This is one of those clamshells from that place. We used to rent games back in the day, like way back in the day, Super Nintendo games. That's when me and my uncle, my grandfather would take us, and we would go to All Hit Video, and we would rent games. And again, that was back in the Super Nintendo days. When the Nintendo 64 came out, that's when we started doing Hollywood and Blockbuster more. So I don't know if they went out of business then, but yeah, All Hit Video was the spot. It was All Hit Video. Oh snap! All Hit Video. But yeah, they even had like a theme song, like All Hit Video, something like that. There's the archives. But a good chunk of these games really kicked me off in 2011 because of those games that I bought off of that dude. Don't even remember that guy. Didn't even see him again after that. Oh. As a matter of fact, put this back on. As a matter of fact, as the story goes, that guy was a friend of a friend, and I was assuming that my brother-in-law knew all those guys, and he was like, yeah, man, I don't know who that was. I was like, what? So, a couple other things that have been gifted. This was given to me by a friend that I knew from elementary, and I had him in high school. He came and visited. I haven't seen him for a while, but he's a homie. He gave me a couple of these. He gave me Major League Baseball Complete. And then this took so long to get here that I just haven't opened it. But I got the reprint of Scat from Limited Run Games. I got the reprint of Scat. As a matter of fact, we have these bins. We call them the bins. It's basically a business that buys Amazon pallets and then resells them for like $5 a day per item, $8 a day per item. I ended up finding 2. I don't have the other one here, I don't think. I ended up buying a pack of 2 of these acrylic cases, and they were specifically for brand new NES games. So yeah, I got scat sealed, and unless I find a real good reason to open it, I'm keeping it that way until further notice. Also, Worms Armageddon came in fairly recently, a couple months at this point, but this took forever to get here too, almost to the point where I don't even want to open it up either. It's frustrating. On another note of my childhood, kind of unrelated, but it's still part of that nerd culture, right? I have these. And quite frankly, these are my... I just bought these from a comic shop when I was a kid. When I was 11. I bought these stickers from a comic book shop. I think they were like $1 each. Yeah, I think they were like $1 each. Dang it. So we got Little Goku, Super Saiyan 2 Goku, and I wanna Vegeta. So yeah, it's nice and just humbling, and kind of gives me a cozy feeling when I get to reflect on some of these things that I managed to hang on to since I was a kid. So something of a little extra significance is how I keep all of the boxes of everything. I do, in fact, hang on to virtually every box of everything that I've kept. You know, as long as it's something that has an amount of presentation. That's usually how I like to, you know, keep my things. So there is an amount of organization on how I've done this. So kind of leading up to it, above the kind of nerve center, again, like I said, the gaming area, I keep basically what's all of my collector's editions of stuff. I got, you know, the Dragon Ball Fighters that came out in 2018. This is Super Meat Boy Forever. I actually did an unboxing video that I'm going to release shortly after this one. Zombies Ate My Neighbors. That was an awesome limited run game collector's edition. We also got Ghoul Patrol. This is also another game that I decided to kind of keep sealed, but I'm glad I did. It's nice to have it. You know, Ring Fit. We got the Dead Island collection. I mean, a lot of stuff, a whole bunch of stuff. And if anybody does any requests for something specific, I could certainly go into it a little bit better. So, but yeah, there's a whole bunch of stuff back here. Skylanders, Trap Team. There's the care package, obviously, that you can see back there. This is my indie box collection. Actually, some of them are sealed just because for a short time I worked in the oil field. Very short time, like 2 months. But during that time, one of these actually came in and my wife put it away for me. So, and I ended up finding it years later and, you know, never opened it. Figured keep it sealed at this point, so. Of course, something a little bit more. I got a couple more collector's editions here. We got Tokyo Xanadu, which that was sent to me by my good buddy Austin. It's Universal Gamer Reviews. No more, it is Austin, the capital of gaming. He's also on YouTube, so check him out. He hooked me up with that just out of the kindness of his heart. Cool dude. Apparently this is Axis's response or their own take on Persona, I guess. Haven't played it yet because, god dang, when can one find the time? But there's an unboxing of that also coming after this video. So, I also got a Gohan statue, which is from a local weeb house that, you know, basically an anime store that Austin and I went to. He actually decided to take the initiative and get that for me. He's a nice guy. because I'm a big Gohan fan. I'm a super huge Gohan fan. So we got Super Saiyan 2 Teen Gohan here. My wife got me this Majora's Mask figure for my birthday a couple years back. Very nice of her. This is the Goku from the Dragon Ball FighterZ Collector's Edition. I forgot what this guy is called, but that information will get re-upped in the unboxing video. Interesting story, nothing too crazy, but this is the Command & Conquer Remastered Collection from Limited Run Games that I actually happened to win by a raffle on Twitter some years back. So that was kind of that was cool. Then of course we got the Super Meat Boy Forever box, and then giant Grunk Funko Pop Mandalorian. I'm not big into pops only because I don't need that additional addiction, but I do have a couple of them. I got that one from Loot Crate, if y'all remember that way back in the day, the Baby Groot. Then we got Louis Van Pelt from Charlie Brown, and then Booker DeWitt from Bioshock Infinite. And then I found this one again at the bins fairly recently. Bash the Stampede. Gotta love it. So. And then again, more of the figurines up here. A buddy of mine, Julio, he hooked it up with the Samus and the Link Nintendo action figures, which is always cool. Okay, so kind of again going from over there with all the collector's editions and stuff. It's not a straight change. I would say it's a bit more of a gradient, right? But over here is more of a boxed consoles and controllers. They're not boxed, but these are the boxes. So I think I actually found this Xbox One S box because the Xbox One that I have, I got off of Marketplace. I bought it off a kid. He didn't have the box. I got the Ultra Racer 64 just because I had that piece of crap as a kid. I got the Super Mario Bros. Game & Watch. I have that sealed. I haven't opened it. And I don't know if I'm going to be able to get the Zelda one because I dragged my feet on that one. But PlayStation VR. I have my Odyssey 2, which I actually did an AV mod and did a video on it. So check that out if you're interested. A lot of people still check that video out to this day. This is my original Switch box. Obviously the AVS box. The PlayStation Portal, which has been difficult to get, but been getting reasonably simpler to find. That is the Wind Waker Wii U box. Like that is my original box that I got my Wii U in. Again, at HEB back in 2012. So we got some Retro Fighter, no, I'm sorry, the Nixie NYXI game pads, and then this is the Retro Fighters. Then we also got my Steam Link up there. We have the Steam controller, have the Warrior 64, and then below that we have the Black Ops 3 PS4 box. That was my wife's. Oh, and then of course, if you can't tell, also behind all this is the PS5 box, and this is the analog Super NT and Mega SG boxes right there. And then kind of bringing us full circle, so to speak, or well, semi-circle. More boxes. These are my girls' Switch Lites, and then that's my boy AJ's OLED box. And then this is my actual original PS3 box for my PS3, my Super Slim. But obviously, as you've already seen, I have the Steam Forged Resident Evil 2 board game. It's a lot of fun, but God, it takes forever to set up. Such a long time. It's worth it if you have the time. Certainly. And then I basically did all the Kickstarter stuff to get everything in the Resident Evil and in the Resident Evil 2. Well, in the entire Steam Forge Resident Evil 2 Kickstarter. I got everything. It was super expensive. And I think that was, again, late 2017. I think I had to pay everything off in 2018. So, and then we got Portal, because when I got the Resident Evil games, I started looking into like video game, like board game adaptations of video games, because that's just how I am. Played Portal. Played this one a couple times. It's been years since I played it, but it's fun. Bloodborne is still sealed. I'm looking for a reason to open it up and play it. So yeah. And then, oh, that's another thing too. The C64 was also given to me by Austin, because he's a beautiful human being. And then I got the Magnavox Odyssey 3000. I got that back in like 2014, 2015. Probably 2015, now that I think about it. And you know what? It's a Pong console, but it's actually a lot of fun. My brother and I played it, and we got pretty hyped. So yeah, it's a good time, for sure. Now, I neglected to go over these. Obviously, as you can tell, it is my GameCube collection. And, I got some pretty big heavy hitters, such as Coliseum and Gale of Darkness. And I do have a really interesting story about that. This is also the gun, the squirt gun from Zombies Ate My Neighbors. That was from the Limited Run Games Collector's Edition. Now, the thing about the GameCube games is I was picking these up again in 2013, 2014 when, GameCube just wasn't cool yet, because I was trying to get all the games that I had from back in high school. Custom Robo, Tales of Symphonia, Metroid Prime, Killer 7 was a big one. I actually got this game brand new and did a review for it. It's one of my favorite reviews, so check it out. F-Zero GX. This game probably cost me $25 at the most. It's insane how expensive it's got, but like I said, that really just emphasizes how long ago it was that I was collecting GameCube games, because I got them when nobody else wanted them. And then all of a sudden, everybody wants them. Beautiful Joe. Okay. Interesting story time with these games. Well, let's see. Got Paper Mario, Mario Party 6. Actually cool that they're remaking Paper Mario here. Really interesting thing I do want to point out. This copy of Twilight Princess is my original copy. Now, the only stipulation is, and I do have it here somewhere, I have to fish it. Oh, it's right here, as a matter of fact. So, there you go. This is my... Dang it. This is my original copy of Twilight Princess. This is my original copy. This is my original disc. This right here is my original case. This is the one I got from 2007. This is my 2006, 2007. I think 2006 as a matter of fact. This is my original copy. At one point, I let a cousin borrow it, and the manual went missing, but she said that I gave it to her without the manual. I don't know. Fairly recently, my wife bought me a replacement case because it was in much better shape, and it came with the manual, so that's a win. So we got a nice, clean, complete copy. One other thing is that this is The Legend of Zelda, The Master Quest. This is the bonus disc that you got for pre-ordering Wind Waker. I pre-ordered this back in the day, and this is my original copy. This is my single owner, my copy from when it was brand new. I've had this since high school, since I was a kid, since I was 14, 15, whenever, I guess 2003. So, like I wanted to mention an interesting story, kicking it off really with Gale of Darkness here. So I haven't actually gone in quite a long time. but one of the places I like to frequent just because it was always fun to go. You know, there's fun to be had if you take the time to go check one out. Is, you know, the flea market. We have a pretty big flea market here nearby in Alamo. It's the Alamo Flea Market here in the valley, South Texas. And oh man, it must have been, I don't remember, 2015, 2016, roughly around that time. And there's a guy selling a bunch of random games. Like sometimes you see people, but again, like I said, you know, GameCube stuff still wasn't like super hot, right? It still wasn't like what it is right now, most certainly, for sure. And the guy had a bunch of games and stuff, yada yada. We were going back and forth. I can't really remember how the whole conversation came about, but I remember when he said, do you like GameCube stuff? Because I think he told me something, one of the merchants there that had a table at the flea market had games, and I guess I asked, and if I remember right, I wasn't interested, and I guess he could tell that I was already fixing to start moving on, and he said, like, well, do you like GameCube stuff? I was like, yeah. Like, I almost answered too eagerly. He's like, hold on, I got some GameCube stuff here. He pulls out a box with a whole stack of games, a GameCube, some random connections, and 3 GameCube controllers. It was a black GameCube, and a stack of games, all that. And he goes, would you want to buy this? And again, it was just a box of GameCube stuff, very just looked at as not very valuable. Which again, it's Nintendo. It's surprising to me at all. But he goes, would you be interested in this? I'd be like, yeah. Like, you know, how much? And he said $50. I usually take like maybe $50, $75 at the most, usually, to the flea market, unless something, you know, else is going on. But I don't really take a whole lot of cash to the flea market. $50 is all I had. I didn't even have $50 because I think I already got something before then. So I went through my pockets, I pulled out money, and I only had like $40. My grandfather was with me at the time, and I asked him, I go, can you spot me the difference? He busted out like a couple dollars and change. The guy is looking at us counting everything up, and I said, would you take $48.50? And he was already like nodding his head before I finished the sentence. So I ended up scoring a GameCube, 3 controllers, which I believe 2 of them, I still have all of them, but they don't even work. Like, they don't even register. But, you know. I don't think there was a memory card, but I got the GameCube. All the games, the controllers, connections, all that for $50. When I brought everything home, I started going through it. And this actually might give you a good idea of the timeline. Pokemon XD Gale of Darkness for the GameCube at the time was running roughly about $50. So that was something that I was already like, wow, like I made my money back immediately with just the one game. We had like Time Splitters 2, Animal Crossing, Sonic Heroes, you know, Call of Duty, like the OG Call of Duty, True Crime, New York City, Spyro. Actually, it wasn't Spyro. I found that at Goodwill once upon a time. I do have a fairly tough time remembering the games that I actually got in that particular lot, but I know I got Animal Crossing. I for sure know I got Gale of Darkness, and then, you know, Call of Duty, like I said, True Crime, NBA Street, WrestleMania X8, you know, all those. So yeah, another little interesting tale about how I kind of came across a whole bunch of stuff. And yeah, that's how I ended up getting a good chunk of my GameCube games, all in one fell swoop. You never know when you might get lucky and find a score. So another thing I wanted to touch on real quick too, which again to me is significant because, you know, I think this says a lot about an individual and what they have in their collection and stuff, right? It's very rare, I think, especially these days, for people my age, if not older, having some stuff from when they were kids. This is, citation needed, but this is my original copy of Super Smash Bros. Melee. And actually, to be more accurate, the disc itself is my original copy. The actual inserts, the manual, and the case is not. But there's a reason for that. It's not really a happy story, but I'll get into that in a moment. This, as a matter of fact, is an original Super Adventure or Sonic Adventure 2 Battle copy. This is actually originally my Uncle Joey's, but I would play it quite a lot. I'd borrow it. And at one point over the years, I just had borrowed it, never returned it. Not like it was a secret or anything, but I've had it with me all these years. I think only maybe in the last couple years, I asked him, again, my Uncle Joey, DJ Unk. I was like, hey, can we make it official and you just say that this is mine? And he's like, yeah, you can have it. So this is, again, I mean, between my uncle and I was there when he first got it, so this is an original copy. You can tell too because it doesn't have like the lock hole, which, kind of going back to Melee, is what it was for me. It didn't have the original lock hole because a lot of these first print runs of early GameCube games at launch didn't have this. A lot of them, they were like this. So what had happened was, over the years, you got people that come, visit, whatever. They might be people that you've known for a long time. Maybe not so much. Maybe there's other people that come with them, acquaintances, whatever the case may be. And if you ask anybody that knows me, I am pretty paranoid. We got a security system here. I keep the game room locked. It does have a lock and key. All that stuff. Maybe paranoids. I mean, I'm a little paranoid about it because of past instances, but security, I think, is just important for anything in general anyways. But kind of circling back to this, at some point, I can't even tell you when I remember, right? It must have been a while back, but at some point, somebody stole my original copy of Melee off the shelf. It happens. I've had it happen to several games over the years, which is another reason why I catalog my games, and the cataloger that I use is GameEye, which I'll put that information into the description, and I'll even leave some more information about that. I'll actually go over that in more detail, but somebody had stolen this originally, and I'll show the picture now. So like you're seeing here in the picture, this was like an iteration of how I had my collection at one point in one of the apartments that I was staying at for a while. I had my collection up in the front room. It was a small apartment, 2-bedroom, right? It was where I did my first few reviews. You could see them in my Blinks review right there at the beginning. But I had the shelves pretty much right there by the front door. At some point in time, I went to go grab the game, and lo and behold, couldn't find it. It was not on the shelf. Not on the shelf. At some point, somebody swiped this game, the case, right off the shelf. And to be perfectly honest, I have no idea who it could have been. So many people over the years, so much time in between. One of the worst things, too, is realizing that you have a game stolen, and then also realizing immediately after that you don't know how long it's been gone for. And that makes things very difficult. But how do you know, like, if your game got stolen, how is it the same disc? Well, fortunately, and this to me also highlights really highlights how sinister I feel like the mindset is, right? The disc wasn't in the case. The disc was actually in my Platinum Silver GameCube. So with that being said, I was actually very fortunate that I just happened to not put the game away. So I have my original copy of Melee. This is the one that I bought right after Christmas, probably December 26th, as a matter of fact, in 2001. This is my original copy. I had since replaced the case. I bought a case with the inserts and the manual, just to have it back all in one complete in box deal. But this is my original disc. So, real quick, and I'm not saying that I have the most ideal setup here, for sure. I mean, there's definitely, again, some improvement that needs to be made. But down here, kind of underneath the Skylanders and, you know, diagonal to the PS3 games and Sega Genesis and all that, over here, we have basically everything that I have in jewel cases, and obviously it's rather dusty. As a matter of fact, a real quick detour here. Let me just do this. I have, and they used to be in better shape, but children will children. Oh, man, would you look at that? All my Intellivision games are down here. All of them. They used to be in much better shape. But my 12-year-old, when he was not 12 and when he was much smaller, kind of jacked all these up. I do have some PC games, like actual disc PC games. But mostly, down here, I'll keep soundtracks that I have from games, along with other stuff. So obviously here, you know, jewel case stuff. So PlayStation games, Sega Dreamcast games, stuff like that. Obviously, this is my copy of Castlevania Symphony of the Night. Sugar Ray, got that at Goodwill. Anything I could put on the Xbox, right? A lot of music. But more so... Okay, so here's a much more gamer-esque deal here. We got Metal Gear Solid. I got that from a local game store. Press Start Gaming. Shouts out to them. Those guys are awesome. I've had this for years. Final Fantasy Chronicles, that's 4, and Chrono Trigger. It's still sealed, by the way. Not for no other reason than I just, you know, at some point if I want to, I will. We got, let's see, Jet Grind Radio for the Dreamcast. Zombies Revenge. Zombies Revenge, like I mentioned before, when I got the auction of the Dreamcast, it came with 6 games. Zombies Revenge was one of them. Let's see. I got Resident Evil 3 Nemesis. That's separate. I actually forgot that I had this for a long time. So, I'll put these down here real quick. I actually scored Fear Effect at Goodwill for $1. Has everything there. Oops. We got Fox Kids Micro Machines, which that looks like a pretty fun game. Some burns I did of Neo Geo CD games. They don't all work super well, but, you know, for the time being. Redneck Rampage Rides Again. This is something I found at Goodwill. Oh shit. Pro tip, if you're able to, what I've actually started doing is if I have games that are in kind of rough shape, what I'll do is I'll get just any decent, or try to get the best, you know, just in best shape jewel case. I'll try to get the best in shape jewel case as I possibly can. And I will replace a broken or less than favorable jewel case with one that's in much better shape that I find at Goodwill for like $1. I don't know, Jack XL. So, Legacy of Kain Soul Reaver. That's one of the games I got. Basically, you know, I got a good amount of games, but it's not practical to kind of go through everything. We got Final Fantasy VIII, which I've had for a long time. It's one of the first PlayStation 1 games I got. Here we got Soul Feast for the Sega CD. It just made more sense to kind of keep it down here. Final Fantasy IX, which I have yet to play, but everybody loves it, so I should play it. Yeah, again, it's very dusty down here, as you would expect. I also have my two original front-loader NESs that, for all intents and purposes, work when they want to work. But I've had them down here already at this point for ages, So, one more thing I'd like to kind of show at this point. Nothing crazy, but this is my Intellivision, which is actually one of my, I wouldn't say one of my first consoles, but definitely was a console I picked up, again, 2014, maybe 2015. Had a little bit of fun with it. Nothing crazy, though. Interesting to have. Would rather have a ColecoVision, but those were always more expensive than these things.
I'm having a KK concert.
So, behind the Pokemon cards, I actually got this maybe 2 years ago or so at this point. So don't mind all the Pokemon cards. We kind of stash all our cards here. But this is my Sega Master System. A friend of mine, Julio, I think I've mentioned him. He's the one who gave me the GameCube monitor. He sent me a picture saying, you know, just basically sent me a picture, a text, like showing that this was at one of the thrift stores nearby called Thrift City. Wasn't cheap. It was $40. I mean, not too bad, but I mean, you think you're like, oh, a couple dollars if you go the right spot. But no, this is $40. But I went and got it. It had no connections. It had no games. No controllers, nothing. But I was like, yeah, you know what, screw it. I want to get it so I can actually have it a part of the collection, which it does deserve a better spot than in here. But recently, when my buddy Austin was visiting, Austin, the capital of gaming, he went to that same thrift shop, or not thrift shop, I'm sorry, same game store that I had mentioned earlier called a Press Start Gaming, and he got a whole Master System set up. We were testing it. Since I don't have the connections, I asked, hey, can I plug in mine real quick to see if mine works? And hey, lo and behold, this model has been tested and working. So this is a working Sega Master System. Now, another thing I want to mention too is when it comes to the hobby, it definitely pays, you know, it pays itself back if you get some tools that you could definitely have at your disposal to try to, you know, improve the quality of life for a lot of the devices that you have, the mods that you have. I've got a 3D printer. I've had this one for almost 2 years. I'm actually planning on getting a bigger one. Had a couple of hiccups with this. It happens. You know, I had to replace the nozzle up here. I had to replace that tube once. I had to replace the actual connector up there, the Bowden tube or whatever, the Bowden connector, 2 different times. But yeah, definitely worth having, because these are really nifty to have if, you know, if you're in a hobby like this. Because I just got my extension for the Sega Saturn, the Fenrir. Now, before I go more into the computer stuff, the AV stuff, all that, you know, more so, because there's more to cover. Another really important thing that I think any gamer or any collector of games, especially retro games, you know, that I think you should have would be one of these guys or something similar at the very least. I've had this already. Sheesh, I've had this for about 5-6 years now. I actually intended on getting it even further back than that. This is a JFJ Easy Pro. It's basically a resurfacing machine. It works on CDs, DVDs. Do not use it on Blu-rays. It'll destroy a Blu-ray. I even knew that beforehand, but yeah, I brought quite a few games back from the dead with this thing. Make sure you get your pads, mark them, keep them safe, get your polish. But yeah, also too, as you guys could probably already tell, and I usually keep it better organized, but because I've been doing these recordings and stuff, but I have a lot of spools of filament, right? And here's some of these replacement parts. So I got these little spools here. I got some little ones. I got some big ones. I have ones that are already used that it just seemed wasteful to toss them. I'm pretty sure I could use them at some point. But yeah, definitely if you're in the market, if you have a good amount of games, again, your PS1, PS2, Xbox 360, games, Dreamcast games, all those, you're gonna have one of these because it'll bring a lot of games back from the dead. It'll make a lot of those games that, as long as the data layer isn't messed up, then yeah, these are definitely worth having. Like I said, I've brought quite a few games back from the dead. I brought Psychonauts on the Xbox back from the dead. All my copies that I got from Goodwill of Grand Theft Auto 3, Vice City, and San Andreas, I brought all those back from the dead. Probably a couple other games, even some GameCube games, which you're going to want to use separate pads if you don't have a specialized one, because I had to kind of innovate. But yeah, a JFJ Easy Pro or some sort of equivalent and it says Blu-ray friendly, but that's just if you're gonna just like do a cleaning, like if you're just gonna shine it or polish it, like wipe it, not actually resurface it. So something to bear in mind. But yeah, definitely get yourself one of these. Now, obviously up here, I have all my controllers. I'm gonna be honest, I know it doesn't look like it, but I try to have some semblance of organization. It works to a certain degree. Grab this real quick. It works to a certain degree, but I mean, it can only go so far. But if anybody has a collection of any kind and you have multiple systems and you have multiple controllers per system, I mean, you gotta have a controller to play your game, right? I mean, that's important. You need your controllers. But I think we've all been there at that point where you have tons of controllers and you have them all stacked up in a tub or a tote or a bin or a drawer. So yeah, let's be honest. If you throw them all in a drawer, you throw them all in a tote or something like that, you're just killing them softly. It jacks up the buttons, most notably the joysticks. Those will get all messed up. And I had all my controllers like that, but whenever I was pulling controllers out, before I got this whole thing arranged, what I ended up doing was, like I said, I had them in a drawer, and I would pull controllers out if people came over like, hey, you want to play something? Let me bust out the controllers. I have the controllers. And some of them would be messed up. I remember specifically I had some Dreamcast controllers that were messed up. And I'm pretty sure it's just from being in the drawer, jammed up against one another and all that. So, there used to be, way back again in, I want to say, what was it, 2016, 2017, there was a Family Dollar, like literally right around the corner from where I live, that was getting closed and ended up getting replaced with Dollar Tree, which kind of doesn't make sense. But they threw away all the shelving. I went and took all the shelving I could, including these baskets. Just so you know, these are called gondola shelves, like a conveyor, a gondola belt, a gondola thing that carries you. Yeah, but these are called gondola shelves. And I wanted to get these baskets specifically because I was like, okay, I can get all my controllers and I can just put them up here. So instead of having them in a bin, just like tossed away like that, I can actually look to see what it is I want. And you're like, oh, do I need GameCube controllers? Yeah. Do I need Nintendo 64 controllers? Yeah. Do I need Wii controllers? Do I need my Wii U, GameCube, Switch multi-tapped? NES stuff, classic controllers, Xbox controllers, all that stuff. Like okay, I can generally see it and get it. So definitely I would recommend that if you have a lot of controllers, such as I do, have something like this set up. Mind you, obviously too, this has a lot of weight. This is very heavy. I actually took the time to get these mounted. I don't know if I can get a good look at it or not. These are, actually, hold up. Let me see if I can do it like this. No, I can't get a good look in there. You're just going to have to take my word for it. But basically, these are in the wall stud. These are 4-inch, 3/4 inch thick, shank, screws. They're real heavy duty. I have huge washers, mounting them in. So they're in the structure of the house, right? So, I mean, I wouldn't want to hang on them, but they can handle a good amount of weight here to where, as long as I'm not trying to slam dunk a controller in here, I'm not too worried about it. But yeah, this, for any of y'all that have a lot of controllers that have that all too common issue, hopefully something like this will kind of give you a little bit more of an idea of what you have as your options. Because another thing too, I think it's very important to say is that, limitation breeds creativity. This is a very small room overall. So when I was running out of shelf space or, floor space, something like that, the big thing is like, okay, well, I need to create more surface area to use. And that's also another factor of what kind of bred this idea to mount other shelves and use a lot of the vertical space that I have available for something like this. So another thing that I'm sure has already been noticed, quite a lot, but we can finally kind of get to it. This is my PC. I've had it for almost 1 year. It'll be a year in this coming February. So depending on when this video is up, you know the drill. But this is my PC. It's been a long time coming. Before this, the PC that I had, which I'll show you real quick, is this guy that's been down here. I had this for quite some time. I believe I had this since I did, probably since I did my first review. So I've had it since 2014, at least. Running Windows 7, all that good stuff. AMD FX 8350, which I quite liked, but a lot of people dunk on these days. But it was holding me back for a long time. I got a new PC. I wasn't actually expecting how big. Let me see if I can zoom it out. I wasn't expecting how big, or how big of a footprint this thing was gonna have, right? I wasn't expecting the amount of space that it was gonna take up. So, when I ended up getting it, I was like, okay, this thing is way too big for this little table that I have here. I need to do something about that. So, and I'll show you all that magazine rack, because when I bought the materials to make that, I used some of the leftover material to make this. And this is basically, I call it a riser. I made this riser. It originally had 4 legs, but this one leg here would go down. It would obstruct the whole thing and made it almost like, well, there's no point in even having this thing. It would make it to where it felt like there's no point even having this, let's do that real quick. There we go. It made it feel like there was no point in even having this riser up here, because it was obstructing the workflow, the workspace, right? And then I was like, well, hold on. There's something I gotta do, right? So what I ended up doing is I got some of this cord. It's like portrait cord. I got it from Walmart. And I've had quite a few of these actually for a while, just these hooks. Drilled it in. It's in there real good. And then I have it up there, and it is in a stud. As a matter of fact, let me see if I can zoom it in. So yeah, I have it like that, and if it makes you feel uncomfortable, I mean, I get it, but don't worry about it. It's fine. It works plenty fine. And as like a backup, just to give it that little extra, you know, assistance, right? I have it kind of hooked up underneath here too, just as a little extra, you know, effort to, you know, just provide additional support. So, you know, there's not so much, you know, weight here or here. And it was a huge night and day difference once I got rid of the deal here. And of course I painted it black because I thought it would match the color scheme. But yeah. But like I said, this is my new PC. Subject to upgrades. I'm using an Elgato capture card that I wonder if I can kind of show y'all right there. You guys can't see it, but it's the 4K Pro one. The only thing that I'm planning on doing in the immediate future, when I'm able, is to upgrade the RAM. We got 32 gigs. I want to double it to 64. The Dominator DDR5. I'll put the specs on screen. But yeah, and then I got my PSVR sitting on top of it. So now here is kind of the wild card area. This is my closet. It's somewhat of a storage closet, I guess you could say, but I try, and it used to be terrible. I used to have stuff falling out of here. I have tried to organize it a little bit better, all right? But this is usually where I put obviously, as you can see, extra consoles. That's just not practical for me to have connected. We have, what, 3 Slims here. A lot of these additional consoles I've found garage sales, flea markets, you know, Goodwill, thrift stores, that kind of thing. Got a Sega Genesis here. Got a couple Wii's. I believe this was a one that my neighbor gave me. Dude, I could not stop finding PS1s for a couple dollars here and there, and it just felt like well, just get it. Just get it in case I ever want to do a mod or something like that. Get it. This GameCube, by the way, is the GameCube that I got with that bundle. By the way, so that's this one here. Got some brackets here. These are the brackets I use to reinforce the riser. So quick. Yeah, as you can see right here, they're painted over, but they're the brackets that I used to again give it some additional rigidity when to give it some additional rigidity when, you know, for making this deal. Got a few Super Nintendos here. Actually, 2 of these aren't even mine. They're my cousin's, which I actually already repaired, but he's in a semi-some replacement shells. So, but you know, I got some 360s here. This is actually my original 360, my first 360 with a 60 gig hard drive that I bought for $60 at GameStop in like 2009. This was given to me by another guy at a job that I used to work at a long time ago. They're both red ringed. This was a Frankenstein, or I guess in that sense a failed Frankenstein fat PS3, backwards compatible. I could probably still get it something to work on it, but got an N64 shell here. I keep a lot of the boxes of a lot of the you know, the gear that I get, you know, the audio interface, the 360 camera, the audio mixers. There you go, 460 or 4K 60 Pro Elgato PCI capture card. The gimbal that I'm actually using right now, and then you know, some of these PS4 and PS3 boxes, because complete is important. And then I actually have a fair amount of Dance pads and stuff, which is pretty cool. Just real interesting fact, a few years back, before COVID, we were walking around my neighborhood, and one of these, I guess at one of the houses, somebody was moving out, I assume, and a whole bunch of these were just thrown out in the yard. PS Vita box, these PS3 boxes, this God of War box was just thrown in the yard. They're empty. But, you know, another man's trash and all that, right? This was done by an artist at SGC 2014. I wanted him to give me a portrait of Majora's Mask. I actually talk about this in a little bit more depth in my Remembering SGC 2014 video, if you want to get some information on that. But yeah, I've actually had this for quite a long time. Actually, I wish it wasn't in the closet, but it's the only other place that has space. So, we got codes and sheets, because, you know, we all need that Dead Space 2. It's not as old as you think, huh? Duke Nukem Forever, Dead Space 2, Crisis 2, okay. Different versions, different revisions of the PS, or the PlayStation, as a matter of fact. Got some Skylanders portals. Have a sword. This is my Witcher sword that I got for my birthday. Another interesting thing, and I can go into this in more detail probably at a later time, but for the longest time, not that I've stopped doing it, I'll still do it, I just need to set it up a little bit better, but I put all the review materials, videos that I've done, I burn them onto Blu-rays. So all these are basically archived files and everything for videos that I've done in the past. So if I ever need to use the original material, I have them here. And then this, again, is a rack that I built not even a year ago, magazine rack. And these aren't even all of them, as a matter of fact, but these are the majority of the Game Informer magazines, along with several others that I've collected over the years since I was in high school. Like, let's see, for here, this one is, which one is this one? Jack and Daxter 2. Can't see the date, but obviously, I mean, this one's quite old. Set it up here because I don't want to ruin it. I actually underestimated the amount of magazines I had. I felt confident that all of these were going to be enough, but I still have a bunch of Nintendo Power and all that other stuff that, well, wouldn't fit. So, again, got some other stuff. Play Magazine. I feel like I remember when this magazine was new. It wasn't around too long. We got GMR, or Gamer Magazine. We have EGM's unofficial magazine, Wind Waker. This is before it was even named Wind Waker, which is pretty crazy. First Ninja Gaiden, right? So yeah, I mean, there's quite a lot of stuff I could super go on. I have some Logitech steering wheels, the G29 and G27. I actually have an extra shifter that I found again at one of those bins where they resell Amazon pallets and stuff. Maybe a couple other things. This is my whole bag that I used to use to record my my Canon camera and all that, DSLR. This is something that's fairly new. This is with a Unibios. This is a Neo Geo NVS arcade board. You would put the actual cartridge, because the NVS cartridge, well, the Neo Geo NVS used cartridges for the arcades. You know, King of Fighters, Metal Slug, all that. And this is that. I just don't have a thing set up. And something that I've already had for a couple years. I'm really happy to have it. I just wish I could set it up, because I have had arcades before. But this is the OG Marvel vs. Capcom CPS2 A and B board. And it's even Infinikeyed, so no suicide boards here, for sure. Again, I've had arcades before. I had Marvel Heroes vs. Capcom. I've had arcade systems before. I just don't currently have any right now. It's been a while. I'd like to get something working, some original hardware, but, you know, every day that passes by, it just seems like it's less and less unlikely. But I thought the same thing, you know, when I got my first several arcade machines, too. So you never know. You never know. So, kind of getting back into it, this is the workspace, and just kind of a background, right? Because I know it's supposed to be a game room tour, but also, you know, YouTube workspace, or, you know, workflow, like YouTube workflow slash workspace alongside the game room tour, because a lot of that is what has a bearing on what goes where in the game. That has a big factor. It's a big factor as to what's part of the decision on how things are going to be addressed and set up in this room. So, obviously, like I mentioned, I have the computer here. I have the systems hooked up over here. You've seen how I have everything connected. One of the things, so that's always been the case. Originally, to kind of start off, I used to use the Roxio HD Pro. I have it put away in the closet. That thing is ancient by now. It would use HDMI, but it wouldn't use HDMI very well. If I ever used it, it was with the component capture. That was the big thing I liked about it. Because also you were able to do, it was the only thing that was able to natively do PS3 if I used my component cables for my PS3 at the time, without any type of issues that, you know, the HDCP thing that the PS3 has. Now, I use pretty much everything Elgato. It's part of the workflow. It's some of the software that I use. Not that I don't have my own issues with Elgato when it comes to either their capture cards or their software. But, I mean, I also haven't seen anything that is outright perfect. So, I mean, it is what it is. You know, it's just struggles of trying to get everything done with the workflow. Like one of the things that I have the 4K Gaming Pro, the PCIe, and sometimes if the computer goes to sleep or hibernates and I reboot it back up and I try to launch OBS, which is the software I use for streaming, OBS Studio, or if I'm just trying to run the 4K game capture, like so, sometimes it'll say outright that there's no capture card found. I had to restart the computer, and there you go. But just a little bit of a headache of, you know, what kind of is involved with the hobby, right? Now, for the longest time, I used to use, for the longest time, for over 10 years, to be perfectly frank, I used to use Adobe Premiere CS6. I'm gonna put myself on blast here. I had it cracked. I had a bootleg copy of Adobe Premiere Pro CS6. Got me, and it right. But there's two reasons for that. You can determine if they're good or not. Not saying that they're an excuse. I'm saying that it's a reason. One is because I didn't want to invest the money that it would cost to get that super expensive program and not get to grips with how it worked. That's the first thing. Obviously, I learned it very well, but by the time it was a feasible option for me to invest in getting it, they did the Creative Cloud, the CC, and I'm not paying for a subscription on something that I use as a hobby. I don't use Adobe Premiere or any editing software, to be frank, so much so that it would be something that I could get a return on the investment when money gets involved. It's definitely not a tax write-off because it's not my income, right? So it wasn't feasible. So one of the main reasons I didn't even upgrade my computer, because I didn't want to compromise my crack, but it is what it is, right? Don't take that phrase out of context. Same thing with Adobe Audition. It was the same thing. I had that, you know, and I got really good with the editing. What I ended up doing is back in 2012 is when I decided that I wanted to do something on YouTube, or really in 2011. As a matter of fact, I'm a huge AVGN nerd. I've made this apparent in a lot of interactions with you guys. I've made it apparent on streams. I think I've even referenced it in some videos, probably even subconsciously so, I've been told. The AVGN, in a way, kind of inspired me to go full throttle with getting a collection, because I was always enamored with his gaming collection. I think a lot of people who are fans of him feel the same way. And it actually started in 2011, right before I started collecting seriously. My wife and I, Casey, first lady of gaming, we had just gotten together, we just moved in. I was showing her the AVGN, and I remember I said, man, I wish I could have a collection like that. And she said something that really just kind of, yeah, I don't know, it just, maybe it was the timing, but I said, man, I really wish I could have a collection like that. That would be so awesome. She says, well, why don't you? And it never hit me like that before. It's just like, yeah, why don't I? Why don't I? I'm an adult. I could buy things. I could get things. I guess maybe because if you start with just so little and you see something so grand and vast that it could totally, it's like, nah, I'll never be able to have something like that. But a lot of times, when it comes to something like that, you really truly have, you love to do and love to have a lot of joy sharing it with other people and stuff. But there's a big, anybody, I think any collector will tell you this. I think really when it comes to almost anything, not just games, but anything there's a hobbyist out there for that likes to collect, there's fun in the collecting. There's fun to be had when going and finding a game, when going and finding a deal, going out, and scoring something at a thrift store, whatever the case may be. And that was something that I learned pretty early on to appreciate, to just find these crazy deals, to take steps in amassing a collection like this. When, for those of you who might remember, because I was on YouTube a lot, right? Just not like putting videos, but just on YouTube recreationally myself. And there was a dry spell for a while when AVGN wasn't there, and he was the only one that was really doing like any good edited, comprehensive content on YouTube. Everything, it was still like the Wild West, where a lot of people weren't editing, didn't have any organization, just whatever the case would be. I mean, it was a different time, right? But I was really enjoying, a lot of people really enjoyed a lot of the, more, professional style of AVGN, where he actually had a lot of, he put in the effort to do his videos, right? Not to undercut other people, but there was a clear contrast with what was readily available at the time. That being said, around this time, I had discovered JonTron, and one of his videos really hit close to home for me. It was his Joe and Mac video, because at the time, he was reviewing Joe and Mac. He did Congo's Caper, which was in the and I love that game. Congo's Caper is one of those games that I love. Congo's Caper was one of those games I rented as a kid, and I didn't know what the name was. I couldn't remember the name. I remember it being like, little monkey kid kind of turns into a Super Saiyan, gets that red marble that I kind of want to eat because it looks like shiny candy for some reason. It was, they're in eggs.
Congo's Caper. You're apparently a monkey fucking around and shit when two red balls fall from the sky and turn you into monkey people? Pulitzer worthy. Well, here you have it, ladies and gentlemen. Joe and Mac 2? So, I mean, it's about cavemen, but where are Joe and Mac? They're not even part of this game.
So, Congo's Caper was a game that I didn't know what it was called, and I remember when I, like, that to me, I was like, dude, this guy is awesome, I'm gonna check out his stuff. And again, it was also, from a kind of an editing standpoint, there was a production value to be had with his videos. And then from there, I, saw a lot of the other Normal Boots guys, Peanut Butter Gamer, love them, he signed my Majora's Mask. So, AVGN inspired me to start actually amassing a collection. That it was something that I can do, that it was something that is doable with the support of my wife. Because without her kind of giving me that affirmation that I never really got from anybody else before that, it really made a big difference. And if this would have happened, it would have happened to this degree without her, for sure. But the AVGN really kind of set a hallmark for me wanting to do a game room tour. Or not a game room tour, I'm sorry. Getting a collection. A game room, collecting video games. JonTron was the one who made me think, hey, you know what? I have an opinion. I want to have something to say. I could put anything up on YouTube. I can do something. But I want to do it to the degree and effort that these guys do it. So I wanted to start actually putting up videos. My YouTube channel is from 2006. I was on YouTube before that, but I didn't make my actual own channel until December of 2006 during a winter vacation for school. As a matter of fact, I was a senior again. So again, moving forward a little bit, after I decided, hey, you know what, I got to start learning. Like everybody does this, right? Like, oh, what do I need? I need a camera. I need a microphone. Like, what do you need to do? What do you need to get? What do you need to do? What do you need to get in order to start making, a YouTube channel if you want to take it seriously? And I figured the most important thing that would be probably the most expensive and have the biggest learning curve is the editing. I didn't even know where to start. Actually, no, not true. I had already been dabbling with Adobe Audition since like 2008. So in 2012, it wasn't super alien to me, but audio editing and video editing, two completely different things. So, well, two completely different beasts. So, learning how to edit audio, I want to say it was in 2012. A good chunk of 2012 was tough. I didn't have a job at the time. I was looking for work. It was really tough to find work. So what I would do with my day is I would just I would put in applications, do whatever I needed to get my work done, and then grinding out applications and trying to find work. I mean, it only lasts a couple hours. The rest of the day, I didn't feel comfortable just being there. I wanted to make some sort of use of my time in some sort of productive fashion. So what I ended up doing is a buddy of mine that I know personally, he's the one who hooked me up with kind of figuring out how to crack Adobe and all that. He hooked me up with his Lynda account, and I started doing lessons to learn how to edit Adobe on Adobe Premiere CS6. Now, like I said, I would have bought Adobe CS6, but at the time, it just wasn't feasible. It was incredibly expensive, and it just, not to say that I wouldn't, but by the time I actually would have gotten around to buying Adobe CS6, it wasn't on offer anymore. I think maybe I saw a couple listings online on eBay for like over $1,000 or something for the software, like the physical software. But they started doing CC, and a subscription base is just not for me. I'm not going to do it. So, but I learned how to do Adobe Premiere Pro because that's kind of what everybody was using. That is still kind of the standard. That is what everybody still kind of uses. So between knowing how to edit audio on Adobe Audition and then edit video on Adobe Premiere Pro, I started working on the craft, right? So, without getting too much into what's involved with that, where I'm at now, I don't use Adobe anymore. Not Photoshop, not Audition, not Premiere Pro, because they're all CC, and once I got this new computer, I was like, I want to go straight, I want to get it clean. And again, like I said, if CS6 was something that I could buy, or a CS7, I would have done it, but didn't do it. So now, where we're at, is something that I'd already been kind of delegating about for years before, was DaVinci Resolve. DaVinci Resolve, it took some doing too. I had to relearn a lot of things, but DaVinci Resolve is what I'm using now to just basically edit all my videos. Not a whole lot's gone into it. I transitioned the bulk of what I did from my old computer for 50 Cent, which is my most recent video at the time of this recording, to Resolve. And then I think that's another thing too, is that with the times changing and everything, that's another thing too. With the times changing and everything, the version that I had of CS6 couldn't do 4K. I wasn't super on board with 4K, and not that I had anything against it, but I felt like it was maybe a little bit more of a buzzword than something that was a standard. Now, maybe not so much. 4K is more often what you're going to see over just 1080p content. So, Resolve lets me do 4K. As far as like pictures, thumbnails and all that, I tried to look up an alternative to Photoshop, and what I came up with was Affinity Photo. Affinity Photo 2 to be precise. It's a little bit different. But you know, at the end of the day, it's virtually the same as Photoshop. And the big thing with these two, you're probably getting ahead of me here, but the big thing with Photoshop and Premiere Pro, or alternatively to Affinity Photo 2 and DaVinci Resolve, you pay for them and that's it. You pay for the license and it's yours. It belongs to you. I paid for Affinity Photo, I think it was like $70, $80, not bad. And now I use it. Again, just like going from Adobe Premiere Pro to DaVinci Resolve, it took a little bit of work, but I put the work in and I got there to where I feel mostly comfortable with working with Affinity Photo. With DaVinci Resolve, that still took me several months. I like to get a lot of courses to learn stuff on Udemy. Again, you pay for the stuff outright. And I got a few courses for DaVinci Resolve on Udemy, and I spent a few weeks, if not a couple months, to again get a little bit more familiar with just how DaVinci Resolve works. Because not just because of Adobe CS6 being different than DaVinci, but also just Adobe CS6 probably being extremely different from Creative Cloud, because there are so many differences and tools and stuff that they streamlined that I wasn't familiar with a lot of how DaVinci's workflow, how it was or how it is versus what I'm used to. And also too, that it's kind of sobering, the realization of how similar DaVinci Resolve as of right now is similar to Creative Cloud as far as I'm aware. That being said, it was another learning curve. I almost had to effectively relearn how to, edit videos, and I did that with DaVinci Resolve. I'm still not a big pro. I still feel like a lot of what, I learned over the years with Premiere Pro, I feel like I could flex a little bit better still than I could with DaVinci Resolve. But at the same time, there's a lot more tool to be had with Resolve than there is with Premiere Pro. So, in that aspect, it's a lot more that I can learn, and then the videos will go that much further because of it. So yeah, basically that's it for the most part. Oh, another thing to point out is that, again, like I said, in the interest of trying to take this, this hobby a little bit more seriously, I did pay for DaVinci Resolve, which I think I didn't really have to. That's what I usually find out. Everyone's like, oh, you can get it for free, download it for free. And originally I bought Adobe Premiere Elements just for the sake of scope, and Elements was terrible. It was super terrible. Again, this is in late 2011, 2012. So take, I don't know if that has, that might say something about Elements, but I never forgot it. Adobe Elements 11, I believe, as a matter of fact, it was terrible. So when I heard the free version of DaVinci Resolve, I was like, nope, I put money aside specifically to get the studio version, and that is what I have. Probably didn't need to, but whatever. I'm not upset that I spent the $300 to get this software. So another thing to bear in mind is that, like I mentioned before, I used to use Adobe Audition. Now, Resolve does have its own DAW, which is a digital audio workstation. Resolve does have its own DAW. I have tinkered with it, and that is still an area of Resolve that I just can't really get a handle on. I've done some audio editing in it, I've done some recordings in it, but I can't really get it dialed into the point where I've gotten comfortable with using it. So after getting away from Adobe Audition, I've tried a couple different things, right? But what I've been using currently, I'm still kind of in and out about, but it's been working well for me for the most part since I've started using it these last several months, at least again at the time of this video, is Ableton Live. Okay, yeah. So I got this DAW, Ableton Live Lite, Ableton Live 11 Lite. I got it for free with the purchase of my audio digital interface, my Focusrite audio digital interface. Something that I learned also I needed in order to do a lot of the music that I've been doing as of late to kind of, again, coincide with my videos and stuff like that. And that's another thing that I've been trying to get used to. For years now, I've used several different types of, well, let me not get ahead of myself. So again, I've used Resolves, DAW, I've used not a whole lot of Audacity. I know a lot of people like Audacity. I never really messed with Audacity except back in 2010. Ableton Light. Ableton Light does have its own shortcomings. It does have a couple things that I'm not super happy about, and I was, again, like with anything, you feel kind of standoffish when you have to learn it for the first time, especially in my case where I felt like there was an element of urgency. I really wanted to get my video done because of how long it had been since I posted a video and how long it was taking me to make the video. But with that being said, I did get over those initial hurdles, and I have a better understanding of how Ableton Live works, and you know, I do feel a little bit more comfortable with it. That being said, I don't know if this is going to be something that I'm going to stick with in the near future or not. But you know, time will tell. We'll wait and see. Maybe if I do another one of these videos in the future that's more concise and probably shorter, because I feel like this is going to be a super long video, then you know, I'll let y'all know then. So we went over the software for the most part as to, you know, what I've used and what I'm been using, what I will probably be using for a good long time. But let's go to the hardware. And the first thing that I'd like to show that I actually had used for quite a long time, only up until very recently. Again, at the time of this video, but more on that. But this is my Canon DSLR. It's a Rebel T5. I got it in 2015, I think. Probably in about 2015 or 2014 even. Basically, the first video that I shot and did a review on was Mirror's Edge, my Mirror's Edge video. So whenever that was, let me check. Okay, so suspicions confirmed in early 2015. In early 2015 was when I got this camera. Now, I remember at the time there was other cameras on the market that were a little bit better off, yada yada, but I needed something that was decent. My first 3 videos, my Blinks review, my Spider-Man and X-Men Arcade's Revenge review, and my top 10 music tracks in gaming, all 3 of those videos were done originally on the phone that I had at the time. And you can really tell. You can really tell. So I wanted to do an upgrade because I'd already been a few videos deep to where I know that it was something I wanted to stay on. So kind of looking into it a little bit more, again, trying to do my research, trying to do my homework, and everybody said that DSLRs are kind of the way to go, at least for the most part. So I got this guy, I got the tripod, I got the camera charger, I got this whole bag and kit at the time for, man, it was such a long time ago, maybe like $400 or $500. Not exactly cheap, but not exactly break the bank. It was doable. I know at the time there was cameras themselves that were even more expensive than the entire kit. But it came with your regular your lens. It came with this big guy lens. And then a couple other things I added to it over time. Got this one at the pawn shop, this 50mm lens. I actually quite like it. I've used it a couple times in some B-roll on some of the unboxing videos. So yeah, I liked having the options with the lenses. I also have an AC adapter thing because I feel like the batteries for the DSLR, they could die fairly quickly, at least in my experience with Canon. I love the camera. I really loved my camera. I really did. But again, because of how long I've been doing this guy was getting a little long in the tooth. So it was really time for a change, I think, a step to improve and to kind of yield a better quality end result. So what I've been using in, again, these last several months, basically when I dove headfirst back into getting back on track with my 50 Cent review, was, again, this past September, October of 2023 is really when I started getting into it. And what I ended up doing is, and if you had told me before then that this was going to be the thing I did, I would have been like, you're out of your mind. But what I've been using, what I used for all the music videos, which was done, everything was done in these last several months, which was all new footage, and what I'm going to be using, at least for the foreseeable future, unless something else were to change, what I'm planning on using continuously, as I'm using right now, is my phone. So at the time of this review, I'm working at Verizon. No opinions, right? But point being is, I see phones every day. I talk about phones every day. I get well acquainted with phones every day. And I hear a lot of people, a lot of customers talk to me about their, they talk to me about, you know, the cameras and stuff once in a while. And I used to kind of discuss the utility of the camera with kind of a grain of salt. But to be fair, I never really took it seriously. Something to me always said that if you're going to get a camera that's a camera, it's going to be better than the phone. But that was admittedly a very closed-minded perspective. At one point, I was, and my phone is very expensive. It's a very expensive phone. The phone that I have is a Galaxy Z Fold 4. It's a $1,700 phone. It is not cheap. But I know that the S23 and the S22, those cameras are supposed to be really good, and I know that they're virtually the same. I never took the time to really tinker with my camera, much less do it in a professional capacity. So, you know, when I started kind of messing with the camera a little bit to get better acquainted with its optics, its presentation, its resolution, the utility, as well as the fact that a recording won't automatically turn off after 10 minutes, I started looking at using the phone's camera in a much more serious light. And it was because of that that I started saying, hey, you know what? I'm going to use my phone. And when I got a little bit more comfortable with using my phone for a whole bunch of things, well, maybe not a whole bunch of things, but a whole bunch of recording, photography, video recording things, a lot of stuff like that, you know, that's when I really said, hey, you know what? I think this is going to be the way to go. I mean, otherwise, I have this extremely expensive phone that I'm using just for watching videos, calling and texting, right? It's very expensive to the point where, does it actually justify the price of what I'm spending on this thing? $50 a month? Well, let me start using the camera and actually start using it to film footage. And you know what? I mean, I think the results, I don't have it here, but I think the results speak for themselves. The 4K looks gorgeous. It looks absolutely phenomenal. I didn't realize it was going to look as good as it did. Now, you know, with the utility that you get with your phone, I'm going to be honest, it is a little bit like jumping through hoops when you hook it up to your PC and try to transfer everything over. You know, I like doing it physically that way because I don't like using the middleman, the cloud and stuff. I've tried doing that previously, and I'm not against it, but for my workflow, it's just better to hook it up. And there was a little bit of a frustration trying to navigate it, but, you know, once I got accustomed to the pathing of where everything was at, it was easy. It was easy to do. As a matter of fact, more so, you guys have probably noticed me doing it quite a lot recently. I'm sure you'll have noticed it during this video, but I have a smartwatch too. I have a Galaxy Watch. and you can use your watch as a viewfinder, which oftentimes when I'm doing these videos, I'm a one-man crew. So if I'm a one-man crew, trying to line everything up, you know, doing stuff like that. Like, I didn't have a viewfinder on the DSLR, which I know some of them have it, but I never had that luxury. Finding out after the fact with my watch that I can use it as a viewfinder, it makes doing my videos that I've traditionally done this way, usually on my own, a lot better. Usually I'll have one of my boys help me out. AJ, my giant 15-year-old right now, my giant child, he always helps me out when it comes like this if I ask him. But, you know, oftentimes I'm, you know, otherwise I'm by myself. But this, with the phone and with my watch, it makes it so much better. And you know what? I started taking the phone so much more seriously. I ended up buying a gimbal for it, which, again, you told me I would have been doing that 6 months ago. I would not have believed you. But I spent money getting the gimbal. As a matter of fact, it has the AI tracker, so if I do this, you can follow me anywhere I go. Which will make doing streams solo and stuff, like the workout streams and whatnot, a lot funner. But I think that's really the thing to emphasize, is that as the hobby has evolved alongside the game room, because they're synergized. One doesn't grow without the other, essentially. At least in my case, of course, the meaning. But the more that things evolve and the more utility that becomes present, it makes me a lot more excited on what it is that I can do, you know, how I can move about, kind of taking steps to improve videos and stuff for you know, the craft, what I like to make, what you guys like to see. So yeah, that's you know, some of the hardware aspects. So okay, so kind of starting it off here with the hardware, right? One of the most important things that I feel is very important to the quality is your microphone, right? So let me just take this off. This is an MXL 990, yeah, MXL 990, and it's that, what is it, omnidirectional? I think that's what they call it. Here's the thing, stuff that I'm still learning after all this time. So this is it's a condenser microphone. Obviously, I like MXL. It's not the only mic that I've had from MXL. It's the second mic. I got this one back in 2016, and it's been the main one that I've used for the most part. Give me just a second. So here's the MXL 990. This is a condenser mic. This is what I normally use. But this is not the first microphone or condenser microphone I have had. And it's not even the first MXL microphone I had. I haven't had a bunch of these. This is the second one that I have. I actually got this guy. This is an MXL V63M. I got this one back in 2009. So I've actually had it for quite a bit. One thing I learned is that, and this is something I learned recently, so there's always some peaks and troughs with the quality of my videos just because I wasn't aware. But you actually need, and somebody's gonna be like, well, yeah, you idiot. And yeah, I totally get that. But you have to speak into these mics a certain direction. You can't do it like that. You can't do it like that. You can't do it like that. You have to do it like this. What do you mean like this? Well, I actually marked it with some tape just to put an error, like talk here directly, to give it the best audio quality. So yeah, because over the years I hadn't even used some condenser mics. Like some of the early episodes of A Game for Freddy, I actually had some cheapy $20 USB headset that I had plugged in just to use as the microphone, just to pick up me and at the time my brother to do some audio. No citation? Awesome. In the clear.
So, is this actually timed? Like,
I think the more
speed
people
helps?
I think the more people you get, I think the more money you'll make. So, yeah, obviously not the best, but I've only improved. I've only gotten better with you know what I could do with these microphones, and you know, you have to use phantom power and all that. Obviously, if you've been doing this long enough, you know, I have XLR cables and all that. That's what I've been using because that's how I first started when it came to doing recording. Like I said, you know, take it for what it's worth. I wanted to try doing rap music, and that's where I got, you know, my original microphone as well as XLR cables, and learned about phantom power and all that. So I never used any Blue Yeti mics or Snowball mics or anything like that. No hate against them, but I already felt like, well, this should be better, which it was. I just never used it as good as I should have to justify, you know, the actual difference. But yeah, this is the microphone that I used to stream. This is what I used to do my review, 50 Cent review. There is, if you've noticed, I'm sure you've noticed that there is varying quality, audio quality for the voiceover recordings that I did. And that's just because I spoke into the microphone at different directions. I also just recently got these pop filters because I'm sick and tired of these. These guys, I hate them. They are impotent. They don't stay up. They suck. I hate them. Okay, so along with you know, hardware, I have this mixer. It didn't have any rubber feet, so something interesting I did is I just used a bunch of electrical tape so it doesn't slide, because it was sliding a little bit. But this is an audio mixer. It's actually not a USB mixer, and I'll explain that a little bit better, because I learned that you don't really need a USB mixer in some cases, which I wish I knew a lot sooner. But as you can see, I can hook up at least 4 XLR connections for, you know, 4 XLR connections for, you know, microphones or whatever the case may be. And then I can adjust each mic accordingly. Now, this is actually, it's the 3rd mixer I've had. Technically, it's the 4th, but it's the 3rd different. Before, I used to use Behringer, and I like Behringer because I actually have these, give me a second. These right here. These are studio monitors. These speakers are called studio monitor speakers. I have had these since, again, 2011. I ordered these specifically to have, you know, better audio quality, studio quality for when I'm recording rap, right? So that's what I got these for, and I've had them, and these things have never let me down. They're Behringer. That being said, that's what kind of made me a fan of Behringer, but I'm gonna be honest, some Behringer mixers gave me a hard time. Give me a second. I'm going to take an opportunity to show this one real quick. I'm not digging it out of the closet. Forget about that. But this is a Xenix X1222 USB monitor. Or I'm sorry, mixer. I really like this mixer. It was a good mixer. But the problem is the power supply was a piece of junk. I had to replace the caps. I pulled the actual power board out. And all the caps were domed and bad. I spent like $50 or $60 on getting replacement caps, replaced all the caps, still didn't work. So it's all but junk at this point. Point being, though, is that this is the second monitor I had. Before this, or this is the second mixer I had. Before this, I had the X802, which was a much smaller, simpler mixer. I've had 2 of them. After this one just bit the dust, I ended up getting an 802 again because it was more economic and I couldn't afford anything better at that time. But here's the thing. These 802s, they don't have direct monitoring, which was a whole different thing that I wasn't even aware of. So this is what I had originally, and, you know, 16 inputs, yada, yada, yada. I was able to do direct monitoring with this. You know what? I can't even tell you how I figured it out because it's so much of a mixed match of trying to figure out what cables do what and what's your output and all that. But I was able to do direct monitoring with this. With the 802, the X802 USB Xenix from Behringer, you cannot, and I tried. So, oh, you know what? So, I ended up ordering this guy. Nothing crazy. It's not a no-name brand. Apparently they've been, you know, in the space. But this is a Gemini or Gemini. I had to say Gemini, right? And as a matter of fact, judging by the heft, I'm pretty sure my 802 is actually in this box. So this doesn't have direct monitoring either, but I was able to use it without getting a USB because you could still control, you know, you could still mix your audio on the board itself and then have the audio output to whatever your output source is. So anyways, that's the mixer that I have right now. Have no issues with it. I like it. It's quite well. And I ended up having to get an audio digital interface, and then that would be this, my Scarlett Solo from Focusrite, and I have that hooked up here. And you get some pretty cool bells and whistles when you get setups like these. Now here's the thing. When I was trying to do rap music, right? I think when you're trying to do any kind of music, or even if you want to do like a really good podcast or something like that, you want to know how good your levels are. And I cannot tell you how many times I had such a hard time trying to do my levels because I would have to record a segment of audio, play it back, and then adjust, and then record again, because I wasn't able to hear myself live. So, reason being is because you need to have direct monitoring. Direct monitoring is what it's called when you can hear yourself live, basically. Which I wasn't even familiar with that term until recently. Again, going back to do the video for the trying to go back to do the, you know, all the rap music and everything for 50 Cent. But basically, I have this hooked up to the mixer. I have the mics go to the mixer. The mixer's output goes to the Focusrite. It has its own drivers and everything. And then I can do the output here. And this is where I can actually hear. This is where I can actually hear my my outputs. So basically, here's the mics, right? It goes over here to this splitter that I have worked out, where there are converters to these audio jacks, and then this is the input, this is my output, and then I can adjust everything and then do direct monitoring. So when I'm streaming, making music, whatever, I can hear myself in real time, which was way harder to get all that set up than you would originally think. But I got it done. So Focusrite, audio digital interface, mixer, microphones, and then another really interesting piece of hardware. Okay, so I know it really doesn't seem like much, right? Or it doesn't seem like too fantastical, right? But this is really important, especially if you're somebody who's done videos before. You understand the importance, right? I have come across quite a few tripods in my day, and tripods are very, very important. You need a tripod. You got to have a tripod. I mean, if you don't want to have a tripod and you want your stuff looking like gorilla mode, then go for it, but get a tripod. Now I've done quite a few romps at Goodwill. And the thing about Goodwill is that this is my opinion, but you're not gonna find games these days anymore at Goodwill. There's no way. If you do, it's the lottery. It's the Goodwill lottery. You know. So what I usually do now, if I visit Goodwill, I check a whole bunch of other things, which really what you should be doing. But with that being said, as a matter of fact, I think it goes for all of these. Every single one of these tripods, and I think I probably have some more put away. I've gone through more of these that I care to really emphasize on. But all of these, all of these tripods I got at Goodwill, and all of them were probably $6. That one is the nicest one that I got so far. It stands the tallest. And I've also gotten mounts that are specifically for phones, which I've actually had for a while, and I got just in case. But now that I use my phone on a pretty regular basis, that is something that does get used. And it has that tripod actually has a carrying case. I got this one back around the time I was doing my Killer 7 video. This one, the same thing. I go through these though. Sometimes they fall apart. I've had some tripods where my kids trip over them and they just break. You know, because kids kind of suck sometimes. But you know what? The kids had nothing to do with this one. This one just broke. Part of the molding, it broke. So I go through tripods, and it's probably common. You know, people have tripods that are either aluminum, which this one is, or plastic. This one was $6, and this one is straight up the best one that I've had. This one is metal. I don't think it's aluminum, and if it is, it's the tough aluminum. And this is what I normally use if I'm not using that orange one, because the orange one does go higher, which I actually made some use out of in my humble remix music video in the 50 Cent review. So yeah. Not only to, and as a matter of fact, the gimbal came with this little guy, which is what I've been using. Give me a second here. This is what I've been using when I set the gimbal down, since the phone is in the gimbal. And all of these have a 1/4 inch, I guess it's a 1/4 inch thread. So that's kind of the uniform standard. It works with my DSLR, any of the quick releases, right? The quick release will probably be a different shape, but the actual 1/4 inch will be the same, most likely. But that's, yeah, again, some more of the hardware. That's part of what I use to make my Derik64 videos. So, obviously, to emphasize the nerve center of the game room, so to speak, obviously, I mean, this is where the games are played and all that, but also to kind of emphasize that everything I have here is hooked up to be, you know, working with the PC. So when I do that, you know, again, like I said, I can stream, I can record, all that stuff, and it wasn't as easy as you would think. But let me actually get into it and show y'all what I mean. So, kind of, I guess, going back to it, everything that you see here is being connected via HDMI. The GameCube, the Xbox, the Nintendo 64, obviously the Retro AVS, the Super NT, the PS2, the Saturn, everything. Everything here is connected via HDMI. You know, the Switch, obviously, the Steam Deck, all that. So breaking into things here, this is my Switch box. This was a big investment, so to speak. It was something that I knew I needed to get in order to streamline my setup. Now, I'm going to show you something, and it's going to be kind of a scary sight. It's actually not as bad as what it used to be, but trying to do cable management and all that back here, as a matter of fact, let me kind of... Anyways, trying to do this, right, get all the cable management and everything, was not easy. As you can see, I had to get that's not just one, it's 2 mounted power strips. These are big, heavy-duty power strips. I don't believe they're surge protectors, so that is a concern. Always room for improvement, right? But everything is running through HDMI, and it goes into the Test Smart. And it's a 16 input HDMI switch. It's the only one that I could really find that is relatively affordable. A lot of matrix switches like these that you use so many, like have so many inputs to where you could switch them. They start getting close to thousands of dollars. This one was about somewhere from $200 to $300. I can't really remember. It was like $250 plus or minus, something along those lines. But basically every console is hooked up to this guy. It has an interface over here. I mounted it. I have this little mirror here just so I can actually see it at an angle without having to kind of come all the way over here and get the right angle, just because I can't see. But yeah, then also too, I guess it's also worth noting, I got a sound bar here. It's kind of hard to catch sometimes, but I have the sound bar mounted and I have a Toslink cable hooked up to this thing, right? And it has a subwoofer down here, obviously next to the SG, and then I have the other speakers. Well, I got this guy right here, routed it all the way across the ceiling like that. Got that one there. And then this one. Ooh. And this guy is hidden right there. Obviously, I had to move all the boxes and stuff out of the way, but I had this thing put up almost 2 years ago now, as a matter of fact. So I actually had the setup quite different. So, but yeah, the surround sound for gaming and everything definitely goes a long way. It's really nice to have stuff like this. So, we have the HDMI switch. Now, I've seen a couple videos that talk about this, just their own, you know, these individuals having their own personal, you know, testimonials. This thing, maybe I was unlucky. This is actually my second one. This is actually a replacement that I got from Testmart, which I was fortunate that they gave me a replacement without too much of a headache. As a matter of fact, the original I have is right here. Don't know where they got a deer on it, or a buck, whatever the case may be, but yeah, this is the original. I still have it. Maybe there's something to be done with it. I don't know. So yeah, so that one kept failing. The screen would go out, it would flicker, it would have all these weird artifacts, all sorts of stuff. I actually have footage that I'll show, but it wasn't just like those instances. Like, it happened a lot, to the point where I couldn't play a lot of stuff. It only seemed to, I was only able to play without any type of interference. I was only able to play, let's see, yeah, I was only able to play like 720p content. Anything that was 1080p or over, especially 4K, forget about it. It wasn't going to happen. It was not going to happen. But I did get this guy replaced, right? I was able to get it replaced. And to be perfectly honest, I waited maybe a little bit of time. I got it from Amazon. Messaged them, talked to them. They ended up saying, can you give us some proof? Can you send us some stuff? I did go in swinging pretty heavy just because, you know, I know how companies are. They're going to make you jump through some hoops. And I said, like, hey, I was surprised when they said, we're going to send you a new one. And, you know, you don't got to send back that old one. We'll just send you a new one. That was really cool of them to do. They didn't send me a shipping or like a tracking number or anything like that. But I ended up getting it back regardless. So, like, it ended up showing up like after like a week, like super unannounced. But that was cool. It was a bit of a pain, obviously, trying to unplug all the HDMIs and plug everything back in, get it remounted. But got the work done, and obviously I haven't had any type of interference, drop signal, anything like that, because that was something that was so commonplace. I didn't even like play games in my own time just because it was too frustrating. Now in here, quite frankly, just down here, it's one of my drawers that I have in my workstation here. I have a lot of USBs and, you know, HDMIs, that sort of thing. What I wanted to show, let's see if I can do this. Before I got the Testmart, before I got that HDMI switch, that 16, some people actually know this. Some people actually see me do this in person. I had this Go Fanco splitter originally, just because the setup I had, I couldn't run 4K content, and I'll explain that why in just a minute. Here's one of them. I'm not going to go through the effort of digging through all this to fish them all out, but I want to say I had up to 4 of these splitters. They were all powered, right? Or not splitters, but switch boxes. You can't use those terms interchangeably because that's going to end up having you spend money on something you don't need. These are switch boxes. I had at least 4 switch boxes, and I had them daisy chained. So depending on what console I wanted to play or stream, I had to sometimes get a different arrangement where I would plug in one switch box to HDMI 4, then this would be switch box 1, it'd be on HDMI 4, and then the second box would be HDMI 2 for whatever console is plugged into that port or what have you. It ended up being a pain, and obviously a diminished signal, but also that kind of goes back to why I ended up getting this Go Fanco splitter, which is actually really good. It worked. I was able to play games in 4K, but again, it was another powered box that needed its own power, which obviously with all the consoles and everything, I didn't have a lot of outlets to use, even with those 2 big strips that I have behind the entertainment center, those 2 big power strips. So, you know, this was something that worked, but eventually it really emphasized how much I needed to get just one big, expensive HDMI switch box. So originally, I would have a lot of these, well, actually, let me show you. A lot of these little Velcro type, not even Velcro, they're kind of more of these, I like them better than Velcro, a little snappy. They kind of snap in to the, just because the shape, they kind of have like this notched snap in, these little adhesive squares. But I got some Velcro ones too, like here. As a matter of fact, it's hard to see. Here's actually the remote for the sound bar and all that, and this one has just a regular Velcro. So what I'm saying is, I used to, well, I still do, right, but not nearly as much. But any type of remote that I have, said for my TV remote, just because I haven't felt the need to do it. But basically all my remotes for like the LEDs, for example, like this, you know, so on and so forth, you know, that they're all here. I have everything set up here, even on the insides, right? Even on the insides. Let's see. But yeah, before just being these remotes, right? I had all the switch box remotes, so I kind of had to arrange them, so I made sure I didn't mix them up. They're all different, but the more remotes, the more of a pain. I still get confused with which LED RGB remote goes to what set of lights and all that. Except this one. This one was the most expensive, but it's also the easiest to distinguish from the other ones. So this right here is the Test Smart remote. So you can manually change the deal. There's actually quite a few bit of settings with the Test Smart that's pretty cool to take advantage of, and you could kind of have it set up to where, well, I have mine set up to where when another system gets turned on or activated, the switch box will automatically, let me see if I can even set it up here, will automatically go to the designated import, or designated port, not import, port. So anyways, basically getting down to it, this was a huge proponent of kind of, you know, moving things along and kind of evolving the game room and whatnot. A very important thing I want to just go ahead and say, like right off the bat, the game room is always evolving. There's always something new. There's always progressing. As a matter of fact, originally we had carpet on the floors, and my wife Casey, aka the First Lady of Gaming, one of the first things she wanted to do was redo the entire floor. And this is all porcelain. This is good stuff. This is nice stuff. I was reluctant, as any gamer would be, because obviously when you have carpet, you drop your controller, you ain't tripping about your controller. But you got porcelain, then it's different. Well, you might lose it. But with that being said, in hindsight, definitely the better decision to make. These floors are much nicer, and it does make, not just the game room, but all the rooms in the house so much better to have. It is nicer, it's easier to clean, and definitely a lot more wire and static friendly, all that good stuff. So I really wanted to get this thing, this HDMI switcher. One, because I felt something like this really substantiate making a game room tour video, because this was a big, part of, how I would streamline, my setup. But two, it's something with or without this video, it's something I needed. I've had it technically for almost a year now. I got it in February of last year, but I actually didn't get the replacement until September-ish, I want to say, or so. This past September, from the time of me recording this video. So, but yeah, like I mentioned, one of the interesting things, and this is something you could change, there's a lot of options. I really don't know all the options that it has. There is a lot of utility. Ultimately, I just need it to work for what it does. I can manually change the inputs that it's on. It does, as you can see here, have 16 inputs. You can manually change them if you decide to, if you have more than one console running at a time for whatever reason, or whatever the case may be. But it also has a feature where it'll automatically change to the most recent input that gets activated. So for instance, if I do this to the 64, and there you have it. So there you go. And again, that's with virtually anything. It does the beat too, which is good. It could also help, I guess, in a sense, diagnose issues that you're having with certain inputs. I'll tell you this, for some reason, when I turn on the Steam Deck, I have to manually change it to the input that it's using. I think that's a Steam Deck thing, because even with the game capture software, it's it likes to fight with it a little bit. Oh, and then I guess an obvious thing to mention as well is that PS5 is on. Turn on the 64. turned it off, and then the PS5 is what goes back. So whatever is readily available or whatever is currently sending a signal is what it'll go back to. Now, you know, if I was trying to mix and match, if I turn on the 64, then the GameCube, and turn off the PlayStation, and then turn off the 64, I mean, I don't know. You could mix and match, but basically it works. It makes it to where everything just works in a synergy, which is good. Okay, so here's something that was kind of something that I had to work with for a while. There's a couple things, and it changed over the years, right? But obviously, getting the computer, the PC, to get the signal, that was its own. That was its own thing, right? So what I had to do, well, originally I had HDMI cables, really long HDMI cables, like 15 feet HDMI cables, and I would have signal drops. I would have fluctuations in signal, just flickering. I mean, either you get the signal or you don't, so it would come in and out. And I know over a period of time, space, all that, you're gonna have issues. But a lot of this came from me having problems with the test smart. So I was thinking, nah, it can't be the test smart. I ended up spending so much money on just HDMI cables just because I was trying to get real good, high quality HDMI cables. Because I've had HDMI cables themselves actually just die on me. So I get it. It's not something that I was thinking like, oh, it can't be the HDMI cable. I was like, it could be the case. So before messaging Test Smart and getting new HDMI cables, I was trying to experiment. Here, let's do this. So I was trying to experiment with HDMI cables. I used to have HDMI cables just running across from here. I have a bridge, all that stuff. I had HDMI cables just down here. I used to have one of those covers for like just having wires run across the floor here. I had a bunch of HDMI cables, maybe like 4, something like that. And there wouldn't be enough slack like this is right here. So some of them would be like kind of out like that. So if I walked by, I can easily step on it. Oh, snap. Easily step on it and cause issues. So I was thinking, okay, I got to do something about the HDMI cables. You know, try to improve it. Let's see if I can... It's really hard to get a scale of the madness of the wires back here. But as you can see, this is kind of what it looks like back here. Anyways, long story short, and something that I kind of wish I knew more about, but not a lot of people talk about it. It took some research. I ended up getting an HDMI to Ethernet adapter. And I'm sure it's like a rebrand. I'm sure you can find these all over the place. This is called the O-Ray. It's basically a powered HDMI to Ethernet, and you're able to take the signal from your source, put it in here, split it out to a second source if need be, which it's going to the test smart, and then this is the Ethernet cable that I'm using, and there it is back there. It's blue, right? And then we bring it up here, and obviously, as you can see, it comes all the way around. You probably already saw it previously. Comes down here, and then we go to this guy right here, the other O-Ray. And of course, it's powered. It's nice, uniform. I have the HDMI cable going in here to the Elgato game capture itself, and that's how that works. And this is definitely good because you could run so much more of a signal. You could run a signal so much further than you could with just a really long HDMI without worrying about the signal to go out. I bought the these wire anchors to in order to kind of try to have some level of cable management, right? But yeah, definitely recommend if you're trying to do a setup that your your computer's over here and your game station, your whole entertainment center. As a matter of fact, with something like this, it wasn't until I got something like this that I realized that initially I had the computer and the PC, everything set up here, and the TV and everything set up here. There's been several renditions, I guess you could say, of the Derik64 game room over the years, but generally speaking, everything remained fundamentally the same. The games were over here on the north side of the room, and the PC was always over here on the east side of the room. And no matter how many things changed and evolved, again, fundamentally, it was always going to be like this. If there's going to be a new computer, new setup, it's still going to be over here. Games are still going to be over here. But now that I have the O-Ray, right, and I'm able to run the Ethernet that takes the signal and keeps it cleaner longer over greater distances, that will give me the freedom of being able to do something like this in the future, where I can actually relocate everything without compromising the setup, and I can better I can better accommodate whatever I would deem most appropriate for how I wanted to kind of arrange how everything is in the room. And, this is something that I've kind of flirted with, over the years, but my daughter's room is beyond this room. At some point down the road, when the kids are grown, the First Lady of Gaming and I have gone over potentially knocking down this wall to expand the game room, because again, this is, at the end of the day, a very small room. It's my room, it's my game room, it's my work area, it's my man cave, and I love it dearly. But there's so much more I could do if I had more space. I have some G29 and G27 Logic steering wheels with the brackets and all that. I can't set those up in here without having to put them away because they take up so much space. So again, I've mentioned it so many times, space is a premium in the game room. And at some point down the road, if and when it would be feasible, we would knock down that wall and the game room would expand into the next room, essentially doubling, if not more so, in size. So I guess to start things off, like trying to get more into the consoles specifically, I wanted to kind of, go over them a little bit more in depth individually, because they're more than just the consoles themselves, right? So obviously, as you can tell, for those of you who don't know, this is an analog Super NT. It's basically a modernized Super Nintendo. It's from the company Analog, and I absolutely love this thing. This thing is outstanding. It's an FPGA console. I'm an FPGA fan. So if you get a little bit more ingrained into, just the hobby, you're gonna have some people that have some opinions. At the end of the day, however you like to play your games is the best for you. So that's all you need to worry about. I would love to have a Super Nintendo. I do have Super Nintendos. I would love to have a Super Nintendo that I can run straight digitally. This console is FPGA based. I like FPGA. I'm just a fan of it, more so than those, retro or Retron consoles. I'll put a pic up on screen right now. Something like this. It runs them based on emulation. This is hardware simulation, and because of how it works, I just prefer it. It's something that I really, really like. So, kind of going into it more so, I'm sure you guys have already noticed, right? And let me do this real quick. Alright, so let me do this real quick. Don't mind the green paint. When we were working on the room, I dropped a paint can. It splashed, so I actually tried getting rid of it, but it won't come off. So getting more into it, right? Again, like I said, this is my Super NT. It's very light, but even people that have a Super NT probably, you know, will see this and be like, how you doing that? So I get in, I come in, I put in the games, I take out the games easily enough. They have a little bit of pull. And actually, let me show you this first. So I have this little cover here that I printed out. I have this little tray guide. So I'm going to show you this real quick. Obviously, you guys noticed this already. This is a Super Famicom copy of Chrono Trigger. Obviously, the North American games and the Japanese and even European games are shaped differently. They both fit. They both fit. But the Super NT just works a little bit better as far as the, you know, trying to keep the cartridge rigid and not as subject to you know, wiggling around. But it's more common with these PAL games. I don't like that very much. So what I did, I was able to find this online, the STL file. It's always handy to print out. It's handy to have a 3D printer. So put this guy in here like that, and it should go pretty flush, as you could see. The only thing is it holds the door open, the dust cover. So that's what this part is for as well. So it's definitely nifty to have if you don't have. Oh, don't do that. If you don't have no games in it. So yeah. It has like a little cover thing. I use it. And here, let me actually kind of put it into practice. So here's another Super Famicom, Super Contra 3. And it is a little bit of a snug fit. I'm not even gonna lie. It's a little bit of a snug fit, but nothing bad. Because, I mean, that's actually really snug. But yeah, so there you go. Okay. So that's the boot screen. It does have a root menu, these analog systems, which is good. And I'm trying to run the cartridge. Yeah. There you go. Yeah, that was a concern. I didn't know if it was going to go all the way down like it should have. But yeah, no, it fits like it's supposed to. Now, before moving on, obviously, this is something that I think anybody with a Super NT might be curious about. This is how I had it set up. Obviously, it's a very small console. I love this thing. This thing is awesome. It's one of my favorite consoles. It's very small. So how am I using... It's not supposed to do that, but I mean, it is what it is. So here's the thing. And again, let me just see if I can adjust it. We're using like a 5 volt. Actually, I had to get a 9 volt deal here, just because I felt like I was having issues with my EverDrive trying to get it working. I think it's because of the extra power that you get, or that would normally be for a Super Nintendo, but you don't get with the analog NT because it's, you know. And then obviously too here, it is using HDMI. All my consoles use HDMI. But more to the point, this is what I got going on. This is how I make it to where I don't worry about it, you know, shifting around or anything. You might get ahead of me, but just bear with me here. So, okay, and there you have it. So I have, it has like this textured bottom, obviously, right? But I have these little hard, they're not Velcro, obviously, because Velcro wouldn't do the job for this. But I have these, again, these little squares, these adhesive squares. What I also like to do is I'll get some Scotch-Brite and, you know, scuff up the area, like on the entertainment center, in order to get it to be put down, right? So it adheres real good. And then we'll just, got go ahead and pop it back into place. And there you go. It is super sturdy. I think I made that very clear. Pop in this guy, and then obviously pull test. Yeah, it's being held down real good. So there you go. Now, this right here is my, as you can see, the same logo here. This here is my my analog Mega SG, so like Mega Drive, Super Nintendo, or Mega Drive, Sega Genesis, that kind of thing. I don't really have much of a concern since, I mean, this is also a very small console. As you can see, it's much smaller than your typical Sega Genesis footprint. But I have it connected here to the Sega CD. But since the video source comes out through the console itself, you'll see here that it is also running, let's see if I can clean it off a little bit, HDMI. Also too, with just the native lateral compatibility that the Sega itself has, by them doing the hardware emulation, or hardware simulation rather, this runs with the Sega Genesis, or I'm sorry, the Sega CD just as well. But also too, when you get this, they even provide you an adapter for you to play any, Master System games. And I wasn't actually able to play any of my Master System games that I had all these years until I got this converter. I did have a Gen 1, Model 1, I'm sorry, Sega Genesis way back when, but I didn't have the proper connections, and I know that the power supply for a typical Model 2 Sega Genesis and a Model 1 Sega Genesis are different from my understanding, but I believe, correct me if I'm wrong, I believe you could play your Master System games on a Model 1 Genesis natively, as it's built in, I believe. I was never able to try that out way back when, and it obviously doesn't work on the Model 2, but with this converter deal, yeah, it's actually might be pretty interesting. Might want to even try using this on a regular Sega Genesis, but that'll be for another time. The only drawback though is that with this whole setup, without using a DAC, which in my opinion, for my needs, kind of defeats the purposes of this whole setup. A DAC is a digital to analog converter. Without using one of those, you can't use your Sega 32X, which is a bummer, but you know, it is what it is. Now, I'm not going to spend too much time on this. Obviously, this is my PS2 that I mentioned before, but I want to kind of get a little bit more into the, let me see if I can, on the connector. Now, they did, since I got this device, they have come out with a modification that you could do, which I am planning on doing at some point. By Pixel Effects, you can do a digital to digital mod on your PS2, PS1, all that other stuff, but it's the first time they actually had a digital to digital mod for PlayStation 2 consoles. But before that, the only thing that would come close to a lagless digital solution would be these guys over here. That is a Rad 2X cable. The bummer about this one for the PS2, not really a big deal, but obviously, as you could tell, it needs a 5-volt source or a 3-volt source. I'm not sure. It needs USB power. Let me see if I can actually zoom in on it just a bit. Yeah, so by RetroTink, Rad 2X, and it has a smoothing filter that you can, you know, put on or off. I usually don't have it on for these games, but depending on the game, it'll give you better results, really. I mean, it comes down to personal preference. But yeah, so with this, I can run, this is it actually right here, you can't really tell. Oh, there you go. it's a mini HDMI. So this, again, gives me that digital HDMI setup for my whole setup to connect to that 16 input switch box, the test smart. Okay, so again here we got my Sega Saturn, and then same thing for the Sega Saturn. As of right now, there is no digital solution for the Sega Saturn. I believe there's a system, the Polymega. That is the closest thing that you can get to having some sort of hardware that'll run your games with a digital output. But as far as like something that's on the console itself, that would be an actual console modification. At least at the time of the making this video, I don't believe there's anything out there yet. But with this, once more, I want to pull this in without messing it up. Again, it's another Rad2X by RetroTink. I have the smoothing turned on this. I feel like it actually makes the games look really good because of their 2D nature. It doesn't really wash them out too much. Some games could do without it, obviously, but all in all, this is really good. And the difference between this one and the PS2 is that it does not need an external power source, which is really cool. So yeah, and again, it's another mini HDMI. So obviously this is something worth mentioning. This is my retro AVS. It is another FPGA based console, and I'll get into the weeds a little bit more, right? For one, this is not an analog console, as in it is not from the brand Analog. It's not from the developer's Analog. However, whatever the nomenclature is. A couple reasons for that, just to go ahead and kind of paint the picture. Analog made a Nintendo, an analog Nintendo console, just like this one from Analog. They made an original Nintendo that plays original NES games, but those have been out of production for a really long time, and those were extremely expensive. And I wasn't even interested in getting one of those systems at the time. Hindsight being 2020, I should have, but all in all, I got this guy, which is the Retro AVS. I really do like this system. It's really good. It has a boot menu just as well, and you can use 4 controllers, so you don't need no NES satellite or multi-tap like that. But yeah, again, it plays your original NES games. It's software or hardware simulation. What's really cool, right? Which is really cool, is you have your regular 72-pin connector for North American games, but also you have your setup for original Famicom games. So if you get any Japanese NES games, then you can also play them on this too. I do like the form factor. It's really cool. And no, stop it. Okay, it's done fighting me. It's kind of hard to put these in. Anyways, and then also too, again, really just to drive the point home, is this is also, let me see if I can, as best as I can, this is also HDMI. So yeah, really just trying to drive home the point that this standardized unit or standardized means of audiovisual connectivity really makes the whole process uniform, and it just makes it easier. And in my opinion, the games look better. They really do look better. I always explain using consoles like this with a digital to digital is almost like playing them for the first time all over again. Now, obviously, it's a little dirty. Forgive me for having it a little dirty, right? But this is my original Xbox. I have several of them, but this is the one that I actually modded. I did an actual physical modification. I don't know if you guys have seen it. If you haven't, I also did something similar to a PS2 that I made for my uncle. I'll show the video here.
Custom PS2.
Very similar in style. I actually did this Xbox first, which kind of gave me a good understanding of what's involved with doing a cosmetic modification like this. But this one goes so much further, so much deeper than just cosmetics, and I'll show you right now. So as you can see, it has its power, but it also has its HDMI connection, and that's because this has the Make Megahertz HDMI mod for, again, the original Xbox, which I prefer running my original Xbox games on the original Xbox. Again, it's 100% compatible, not with the Xbox's, you know, touch and go emulation-based backwards compatibility. If it's not native, then I'm not super interested. I mean, if it works for you, good, but this takes out all the guesswork, in my opinion, when you're using original hardware and something's not working. So story with this one, I got the mod. I tried doing it myself. I came close. I even did a live stream of the mod, you know, taking place, right? It has lights in there too. I could probably do a better job with the lights, all things considered. So yeah, I did this. I did the HDMI mod. I tried doing it myself. I even have a stream of me getting it done, or working on it rather, but it came up empty. I'm gonna be 100% honest. It got close, it was working, and then it just stopped working. So we'd always put 50 cent. What? What? Is my fun gone? I tried fixing it, I got frustrated, and before I ended up doing more harm than good, I ended up reaching out to a really talented modder who's kind of in the space. He works on stuff like this. He goes by Red Herring. You know, I paid him. I sent out my motherboard with the kit. He sent it back. All is good. I put it back in the Xbox, and we're happy with our fully digital HDMI modded Xbox. Now, obviously, you guys have gotten acquainted with my GameCube, which I love this thing. This thing is awesome. This is not my original GameCube. My original one is my Platinum one. But two things. I have the Intech monitor, which is black. I just thought it would go well with this setup. And then I also have the Game Boy player, which is black. Whatever. I just thought it would go well. And also, too, since this isn't my original, I felt more comfortable doing mod work on this Xbox than on my original one, and then damaging it, you know. But I have, like I mentioned already, the Pluto HDMI mod. Let me see if I can do this without putting too much stress on the connectors. Let's see. Okay, it was being fussy with me, but I managed to win out. So obviously it had the digital port, as you can see, but that's been replaced with the HDMI mod, the Pluto board. There's other means, and probably soon to be more improved means of getting this done. Again, like I mentioned, there are these hardware add-ons that you could do that will allow you to get the digital to digital solution. And then this is just a personal preference, I like dedicated hardware mods, so I like the console itself to have the upgrade in order to just kind of make it better natively. Again, there's pros and cons to this, but me, again, it's a me thing. I just have an inherent value, or I find an inherent value in the console itself being retrofitted with these modernized modifications to kind of meet my needs. So one thing to point out, I guess I'll take the initiative to do so. It wasn't always like this. It was kind of a weird setup. but I'm also using the AV cables to provide audio to my sound bar. I've been seeing this very scarcely, but I think it's something that's just starting to come out with GameCubes, is there's an issue with the digital port providing audio. And I can get into a whole thing about that, but right now the way I have it set up is I have the HDMI for video, since it's not providing audio, and then I have the AV cables for the audio. Alright, not gonna lie, just had a little bit of a scare. The thing is, the Pluto mod, it's like a board, and the only thing that's mounting it in place is a 3D printed bracket. But with the way I kind of got everything set up, and this is a me thing, but it does present that when you're unplugging it and plugging it back in and this and that, it's not well equipped for that setup. So there is some definite improvement. It works for me. I certainly do like it. But anyways, more so just something I wanted to cover because it was something I was really proud of, and I know it's a problem that people have. There's a switch inside the GameCube that basically tells the system when the drive or the disc tray is closed. I don't know why. I'm very careful, but every single time I try to reassemble this, I always break it. It always jams up and breaks. Whether I'm, last time I forced it open because I got upset. Even before that, they're just flimsy. It's a horrible mechanism, and I hate it. I think it's super not good. And they break. They're flimsy, they break. If you know what I'm talking about, there's a switch that people will solder a jumper wire so this thing shows like it's always closed. And again, I hate it. I super hate it because whenever I was trying to change, because I did that whenever I was trying to change games, the whole thing would spin and then I would hit it and then the spindle's still going. It's ridiculous. So I did my own modification, and it you might be able to actually see it here. That's the wire. You can't actually see it, but it does have a connector. It does have an actual connector. So I put this here. Let me see. See, so it's acting like it's open, right? But I put this, and this basically connects the circuit on that same board to show that the disc is closed, right? Or the tray is closed, I'm sorry. So if I hit this, it is in. And then as you can see, it's reading. And there you are. Shows right up. So, so that's actually something I'm really proud of. It didn't take super long. I bought like a stack of 4 of these for like 12 bucks off of Amazon. They came with this plunger style, the plunger style button. And then, it came with the wires and everything. All I had to do was just hook it up. And it was a real easy, fun project that goes a long way because even with the pigtail, because I actually had an extra breakaway cable, like a pigtail cable, so I could separate it, right? And then, if I ever need to open this up to service it again or do any type of mod work, anything for whatever the case may be, I could just disconnect it and not be worried about this top part being stuck to, the motherboard whenever I'm working on it or whatever the case may be. So that's definitely something I'm really proud of because it's something very simple, but it goes a long way. So this too is obviously something I'm very proud of. Real quick, just the whole thing I'm happy with. I got this Nintendo 64 back in 2011. I remember I got it with a controller, I got it with the connections, the power supply, and the AV cables. Nothing else. But I got this in an auction on eBay in 2011 for 40 bucks. That's what I got it in an auction. I want to say it was only a couple years after that this got expensive. Oh, and it came with the expansion pack. This originally was perfectly fine. But when my 12-year-old boy was a 2-year-old boy, he would keep messing with this and it ended up breaking. I've wanted to replace it, but I just never did, and whatever, it stays up here now. So, but this is the same N64 that I did in my How to LED Mod Your Nintendo 64, right? Which is super cool. I'm thinking about doing something a little bit more with that down the road here, you know, with RGB lights, like light strips and all that. But I've had this for a good long time at this point, and I did the mod myself. Also, too, I guess it's also important to note that these are like the holes for the connections came through. I had to make some of these holes. I had to make these holes down here for the Xbox, and I actually opened it up too, like a good little bit. If I could do it some more without, you know, if I put in the work, I'd feel better about it. I opened this one a lot because this one has a lot of heat flow, especially because the fan's back here. But I wanted to touch on that before I forgot for the Xbox. And I would use a hole saw for these. Put a block of wood or something big enough that it won't catch your hand, but it won't like shatter the material as you're cutting into it, right? But yeah, so this is the Nintendo 64. I did this modification myself. I have the Pixel FX N64 digital mod. I did it myself. I was very proud of it. Very proud that I did it. And I did this before I even tried doing the Make Megahertz HDMI mod for the Xbox. So I even brought that up to that same guy, Red Herring, and he said that the data lines are a little bit more sensitive than the N64. So whatever, you know, you try your best, right? But I did this on my own. I was able to do this on my own. Let me see if I can. All right, so obviously, as you can see, you can call the 1-800 number. I don't even know if that still works. I want to check. But yeah, I have the HDMI. I did file that out. I know some people are like, no, don't do it. Don't damage the console. But in my opinion, at the time, I had this for 10 years, which I guess at this point is 12 years already. And I figured I've had this console so long, I'm not really planning on, you know, selling it or giving it to anybody else, except maybe my kids down the road at some point. But I was like, no, if I need to have both, I can connect both. You can get a 3D printed part to replace this in order to accommodate the HDMI without worrying about, you know, filing down this part of the molding. But I was like, nah, forget it. I'll file it down. I'll do it like that. It uses a mini HDMI. I'm not really crazy about them. I like the regular ones more. But, I mean, HDMI is HDMI at the end of the day, and it works perfectly fine. So, yeah, I did this modification myself. This N64 I've had a long time, and also, too, as you could tell, I got these, the Brawler 64 connections. They have their issues, I'm going to be honest. Sometimes they keep putting in inputs or something, or desync. I've had it happen. I did print out these brackets in order to not have excess weight being applied on the port. I used to think it was kind of, you know, just a little extra needed that wasn't needed, but when I got a 3D printer, this is actually the first thing I printed. I said, might as well give it a test, print these out. And you know what? No regrets. It doesn't hurt to have it. So yeah. So another really important thing that I feel, at least as far as what I can account for, is that if you're going to be in the hobby, that's going to involve retro games, retro gaming, to this degree, which obviously I know that, you know, if I'm being 100% objective, I'm definitely one of the outliers. But if you do have aspirations to kind of go this far, I really do advocate for the need of trying to get familiar with soldering iron. Definitely want to get used to using one of these bad boys, for sure. So, I'm definitely not a pro. I've had a couple of good, you know, strokes when it comes to using one of these things. I've had a couple of instances where I really got humbled and really drew a difference between me and somebody who was just a lot more familiar with stuff like this. That being said, I have come far enough to where I do feel comfortable when it does involve something rudimentary and maybe potentially a little bit more involved, like some of those HDMI mods. Again, like I mentioned, I was able to do the N64 mod perfectly fine for the HDMI, the digital pixel effects mod. I fucking did it. I did it. Just the HDMI wasn't plugged in all the way. All right. Okay. Now we're cooking with gas. But I did have some shortcomings that were very much apparent, you know, after the fact when I was doing the Make Megahertz mod, or the Make Megahertz HDMI mod for the Xbox. So yeah, there's a lot of things to kind of factor in. But it doesn't take away from the fact that if you're going to be involved in doing retro gaming in any regard, whether you're doing something just for fun, doing mods or anything, it definitely pays to get a soldering iron and get a little bit more familiar with the space. So just for demonstration purposes, this is my daughter's Nintendo Switch charging cable. It got frayed. I got a little messed up. I've actually repaired it once, but well, it only went so far. And I'm gonna go ahead and repair it again. So we'll go ahead and get into that, and then you guys can actually see this kind of be put into some practical use. So before getting into the nitty-gritty of what exactly is involved and everything with this type of work, right? Here I have a soldering station. It's a hot air station. This one had a soldering iron, which would connect over here, as a matter of fact. And I don't know exactly the model. Let's see. I don't know exactly the model, but you'll see a lot of these online when it comes to getting hot air stations and soldering stations. Hot air is definitely important for sure. You want this for big heavy duty components that you want to desolder or reflow when the instance calls for it. I was never able to find a replacement soldering iron, so I ended up getting a whole new station instead. Here's another thing. I did find a soldering iron that it did say in the description it didn't go with this particular model of hot air station. But I said, well, since it has the same connector, just do it anyways. Big mistake. Luckily, nothing happened, but when I connected the soldering iron, it got red hot. Like it was glowing. So, if you're trying to get a replacement soldering iron for one of your stations, make sure it's a compatible model. And that can't be stated enough. If anything, I would say that I had probably a better negative experience because it could have very easily turned into something that could have shorted something, ignited something, electrocuted me, who knows. So, that being said, this guy isn't used anymore for soldering iron, any soldering work, but I do use it for the hot air. Now this guy over here is the Yihua 948, and this has been my main soldering station for the last year or so. It comes with a desoldering gun, which is pretty good. Nothing super crazy, but for what I've needed it for, it does get the job done. So it comes with the desoldering gun, and then this soldering iron here. I definitely recommend getting yourself several replacement tips. But this was, I want to say, like $150 max. So, you know, pretty good. If you spend a little bit more, you could get this whole station with a heat gun. But obviously, in my case, I didn't need it. If I ever need to consolidate, which is a possibility, I'll definitely look into doing something like that. But just for the sake of knowing, a station like this, you can get it with an included heat gun. Now, with that being said, I'm going to go ahead and turn on this switch here. 350 Celsius, good stuff. Usually your temperatures for my Americans out there are going to be measured in Celsius. It's a lot more uniform when it comes to, you know, looking up a standard of what you're going to be doing for soldering. So, I want to make sure you tin it up real good, because these things can quickly get oxidized. Get some good solder. Make sure you spend a little bit more on solder. I've gotten some, I have another roll of solder that is terrible. It doesn't bond to anything. It's probably, and it's supposed to be leaded solder, but it acts like it's lead-free solder, so it doesn't bind to anything, regardless of what temperature or whatever I did, whatever flux I used. A couple things too. Obviously, you got a brass brush cleaner for your solder, for your soldering iron, just to kind of keep it clean so it doesn't get oxidized. You got some solder paste. You get some electrical tape. You got some wire cutters. You got some little snips here. I do also have a Dremel that is really important for doing console mods and stuff like that. If you get into it, I have that in the garage. All of which I've gotten pieces. Very much like my video game collection, I've gotten pieces of these over time. I didn't get everything all at once, so. As a matter of fact, if it counts for anything, this is probably one of the few things, the few areas of where I've invested money that I've had very little regrets. If I've had any regrets, it's because I had reservations on spending more on something when I knew that should have been the case, and if I spend less, well, that ended up being something that I ended up, you know, kind of paying for in the long run, so. There we go, look at that. Nice, nothing crazy. A couple other things that I do have for soldering work is a microscope. It's something that I invested in specifically to do the Pixel Effects mod because of the very small contact points. And I want to be honest, it might seem excessive, and some people better than me probably don't need one, but for me, it was worth spending the money. It was well worth the investment. So another interesting thing that I have in the game room here, but mostly the workstation, that's what this has been affectionately dubbed, the workstation. like y'all just saw, I have my soldering stations here with some stands and stuff, you know, whatnot. I also have back here, I have a real heavy duty GE surge protector that I have connected, right, to run additional things as you would expect that would be needed from a surge protector. So when I'm trying to do repairs, I got like friends, relatives, so on, they'll bring me their systems and stuff, and what I'll try to do also is when I'm trying to diagnose them or when I want to take the time, I got this monitor here that you can see. Really good monitor because it's not super old, but it's not super new. It's an LCD panel. It uses VGA. It doesn't have any HDMI, which is kind of a bummer for me, but it was $10. The price is right. So yeah, there's been some other ones that I've seen at my local Goodwill, but and they're cheap, but they're just a little bit too big. I think for what I need and for what I use, this is the perfect size. And at least so far, it's done everything I needed to kind of meet my needs. So. Now, one more interesting thing that I'd really like to point out. Again, this is just me. I was in a very fortunate position to take advantage of such a thing. This table was provided to me from my work. I got this from working at... I got this table from working at Verizon. After you're there for so long, work at home, they provide you a chair, which is this guy right here, and the table. Of course, you got to be there for 6 months, so I mean, in the first place, I had to set up my analog station for that. But as it stands, this isn't a regular table. I want to make sure that I don't mess nothing up. And I use it specifically for just doing, you know, my typical repair stuff or anything else that it could use to meet that purpose. But it goes up quite a bit. I just want to make sure I got a lot of wires dangling, so I got to be very conscientious when I do the when I raise it up. But here, let's see if we can just a bit. So as you can see, it's about, you know, just below chest high, like rib height, waist high. It could be a little bit higher actually. It can go higher than that, but it's at a limit. I have it connected to an outlet that is underneath the low shelf on this shelf right here. So it can go higher, but because of the actual environmental, you know, restrictions that is around it, I can't make it go higher than this without, you know, moving stuff or whatever the case may be. But that being said, this does help with certain things. Sometimes I want to get off the chair, stand up a little bit, and do, you know, soldering work or work on anything, whatever the case may be. And that's another little fascinating and very just nice inclusion to the game room here, because it gives me the opportunity to have more flexibility when it comes to meeting my needs in certain aspects, most notably for what I use, doing repairs or anything like that for any of my games, systems, controllers, etc. So another thing that I've been using, and originally I didn't put a lot of stock into these things, but actually getting one did make me a believer. This is a gimbal, right? This is the Hohem IM6 gimbal, I believe, from Hohem. It came with this nifty case and all that stuff. Came with the AI tracker, and this is what I've been using basically to film, to mount the camera, and then film the videos, obviously. So we don't have fingers like that, obviously. But yeah, this thing's really cool. It's really nifty. Wasn't super expensive. Wasn't cheap. It was about 162 bucks. But I mean, this thing is definitely awesome to have. It does all these nifty deals depending on what it is that you need to get done. Like if I wanted to do a wide angle or just reverse it so it could record me. You know, obviously you'd mount the phone in it. I don't have the phone mounted. But say if I was doing a wide angle or something, I do 1, 2, 3, 4 with the trigger. Like so. If I wanted to turn on the light, 1, 2, 3. Alright, I'm going to show you the light here, 1, 2. There you go. And then you can change the colors, I believe, 1, 2, 3. I'm still learning this deal, obviously. But this thing is definitely super awesome to use. Another thing that is a pretty cool benefit, although I can't really get the hang of it working, is that it also serves as a power bank, so you could charge your phone. You could charge your phone as you're recording. The connection is right here, I believe. The only thing is when I have it mounted, well, you know what? Well, I can't do it because that's the only thing. Unless I'm doing something wrong, my phone, if I put the one side of my phone against the stop here, that's where the charging port goes, right? So if I try to do it like this, flip it around like that, I can mount it up. Hold on, I can mount it up, but obviously there's a charger in the way, and that's not really effective. But at least like this, it's supposed to be intended to kind of charge your phone. But let's see if I do 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, there's like no way to there's no way to kind of get around the little connector here for charging the phone. If there's another way to do it, I haven't learned it yet. So yeah, I'm still getting used to this gimbal. I still haven't gotten used to it 100%. I'm still kind of learning it, figuring it out. But this is, like I said, I've only had this for roughly almost 2 months at the time of this recording. So, you know, but it's definitely some hardware that I'm going to be using a lot more often because I've actually grown really fond of it. If I could just figure out the whole, you know, power bank charging cable thing, that'll definitely make it go the extra mile. But all in the same, yeah, this thing is super awesome. Really digging it. Well, you guys, that should pretty much cover it. Quite honestly, I'm aware it was a pretty long-winded video, but for those of you who were able to stick through it, you know, for the most part, I understand that this is the kind of video that might take more than one sitting. Totally get that. It was quite the behemoth to cut and edit and go through, especially because I didn't have any semblance of organization, much like I usually do when it comes to, you know, more scripted stuff, so, you know, what I usually get done, what I usually work on. But, you know, with that being said, thank you all so much for checking out the video. Thank you so much for taking a look at, you know, my collection. It's been a long time coming. It's been just shy of 13 years at this point that I've been amassing this collection at this particular point in time. If anybody has any questions on any piece that I have in my room, in the game room here, any type of questions that may pertain to anything technical related or what have you, please feel free to reach out to me in the comments. Also, you can reach out to me in the Discord. I'm usually always in there at one point or another, so by all means, that is definitely a resource that you can take advantage of if you want to, again, have a request for a reviewer of some sort, any questions, comments, any type of concern that you want to go ahead and address. You guys know where to find me. But with that being said, thank you once again for checking out the video, and be safe, be cool, stay safe, much love, and see you all in the next one.